initiative, laboratory surveillance for preventing zoonotic disease, and community research collaboration, memorandum of understanding. This seminar is organized by the Faculty of Veterinary Technology, Kasetsart, University, Thailand. Let me first begin by introducing myself. I am Associate Professor Dr. Chairong Skuntao, a faculty member of Faculty of Veterinary Technology. And now, may I invite Professor Dr. Sthaporn Chitta Palapong, the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Technology, to give a very warm welcome to all of you who joined the conference. Please give him for the big round applause.
Good morning. I thought we have many participants today that try to make it because today is a lot of traffic jamming in normal busy area for Bangkok. On behalf of the Faculty of Veterinary Technology, Kasetsart University, I would like to welcome Vice President for Research and Creation, Professor Sutkhet Nakasatian, IRD representative of Thailand, Regional Health Advisor for Southeast Asia, then Embassy, Professor Serge Moran, Dean Patrick, Professor Tina, and Professor Pico from Finland, CDC Thailand, Ministry of Public Health, distinguished professor and researcher, and all participants and staff of Faculty of Veterinary Technology to come to this seminar. One Health, New Insight and Trend in Emerging Infectious Disease. This seminar is part of the collaboration between the Faculty of Veterinary Technology, Kasetsart University, TAICA, CNIS, SILAD, IRD, Field Research Institution, and several outstanding universities. We are very happy to have all distinguished speakers here with us and look forward to your input during this meeting. Finally, I would like to thank my friend, Professor Serge Moran, who initiated this special seminar and helped support this meeting for the past 5 years. And a special thanks for all speakers and collaborators to support this seminar, as well as the organizing committee, staff of our faculty who work hard to make this seminar. I hope that this seminar will be beneficial for everyone. I wish you all enjoy staying in Thailand and come home safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much for very warm welcome speech from Professor Dr. Sthaporn Chitta Palapong, the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Technology, Kasetsart University. And right now, may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Sutkhet Nakasatian, the Vice President for Research and Creation, Kasetsart University, to give an opening address to the conference. Please, ladies and gentlemen, right now, I'm giving you Associate Professor Dr. Sutkhet Nakasatian, and please give him a very big round of applause.
Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. On behalf of Kasetsart University, it is my privilege and great honor to welcome you to the One Health seminar. New Insights and Trends in Emerging Infectious Diseases, which has been organized by the Faculty of Veterinary Technology, Kasetsart University. This event is part of our celebration recognizing the 80th anniversary of Kasetsart University. This seminar has been organized to benefit researchers, students, and participants. We look forward to the exchange of ideas and discussion in the concept of One Health. I traveled a bit before I came for the opening. I went to some countries in Europe and also to the United States, just came back 2 days ago. We have a wide discussion about One Health in nearly all universities which I visited. So we are really do something that is all the global universities all focus on it. This seminar certainly will promote educational programs and interactions between institutions partners, and it promotes innovative research network, both domestic or at the national level and international level, with highly respected university and organizations. I would like to encourage all of us to have a deep discussion in the topic because these events are very important. And please share your expertise, your research, your questions, and your insight, especially for the students. I'm impressed with the topic. For instance, I noticed the program focusing on laboratory surveillance for prevention of zoonotic diseases. I'm confident that the experience and the expertise exchange during the seminar will motivate you all to pursue more research and achieve even more innovation that benefit the global community, especially Dr. Sathapan, the Dean of the Faculty of Vet Tech. He's the one of the key researchers of Kasetsart University who played a vital role of Kasetsart University in his expertise. I acknowledge and thank you, the speaker from our partner university and organizations, and many from long distances outside of Thailand. I also acknowledge the expert speakers from Thailand. Your efforts, contribution of time and insights will certainly be valuable and bring the success to this seminar. Of course, I would like to mention the organizing committee members for their contribution to the success of this seminar. Thank you so much. And now I would like to declare the opening of the 4th Veterinary Technology and Nursing International Seminar. I wish you all a rewarding and meaningful seminar. Thank you so much for participation. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you so much, the Vice President, for research and creation of Kasetsart University. Before we start for the conference, may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Sutketna Kasatian, the Vice President for Research and Creation of Kasetsart University, to present a token of appreciation to all 17 honorable speakers. And when I call the first speaker, could you go to your left-hand side and come up to the stage to get your present? For the first speaker, that would be Dr. Savia Makri from IRD representative of Thailand. The second is Professor Dr. Serge Moran. The third is Ms. Caris Verong Aware, from Regional Health Advisor for Southeast Asia, French Embassy. The first speaker is Dr. Sawapak Hinjoy, the Director of Office of International Cooperation, Department of Disease Control, Ministry of Public Health of Thailand. The fifth speaker is Dr. Chitti Hun Uttuprit from Department of Disease Control, Manager Coordinating Unit for One Health. The next speaker is Dr. James Helfenfinger, the Country Director, CDC, Thailand. The next speaker is Dr. Anne-Laure Banu from IID France. The next speaker is Professor Dr. Patrick Paunelius, the Dean of Faculty of Science and Engineering, Åbo Academy, University, Finland. The next speaker is Professor Dr. Tina A. Salminen from Åbo Academy, University, Finland. The next speaker is Professor Dr. Prieko Manpa from University of Turku, Finland. The next speaker is Dr. Sotiwa Tam from Focal Point, Zodiac, Cambodia. The next speaker is Mr. Seng Bunari from Focal Point, Zodiac, Cambodia. The next speaker is Dr. Faisal Hanimo Sayed from Focal Point, Zodiac, Malaysia. The next speaker is Dr. Virginia M. Venturina from Focal Point, Zodiac, Philippines. The next speaker is Dr. Jennifer Lucero Maravilla from Focal Point Sudiac, Philippines. The next speaker is Dr. Thamarat Sujit from Focal Point Sudiac, Thailand. I don't think he is not coming, right? Okay, I will move to the next speaker. The last one is Dr. Krairung Thon Saranoi from Focal Point Sudiac, Thailand. Okay, I think that on behalf of the speaker that get the present of token of appreciation from the Vice President of Kasetsart University. And right now, may I invite on of the honorable speaker and the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Technology, the Vice President of Kasetsart University, and on of the audience to take a picture together on the stage, please. Thank you so much for honorable speaker and especially the Vice President of Kasetsart University Associate Professor Dr. Suketna Kasatian and the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Technology Professor Dr. Saporn, who is our host for today. To kick off this morning session, may I invite Dr. Xavier Marie, the IRD representative of Thailand, to give introductory remarks to the conference. Please give him for the background approach over there.
So I'm very happy to be here today, and I would like to thank Serge Moran and Kasetsart University for this invitation. So I have to admit that I'm not very familiar with the One Health notion, but being invited as IRD representative forced me to get a better understanding of what it was about. So my scientific background is oceanography. I'm a marine scientist. I'm working on the carbon cycle in the ocean. And this seems quite far from One Health, but yet is it so far? Actually, the logic we follow in marine science is quite similar as we address major issue related to the ocean, like pollution, climate, and resources, in a multidisciplinary way, breaking the science approach in thematic silos. And if I understand correctly, this is the heart of the One Health approach, an integrated approach mobilizing expertise from different horizons around a common objective, namely to ensure the health of people, animals, plants, and ecosystems. I could also add to this the world of fungi, bacteria, and viruses, which also have a right to be healthy, or in any case, without which no ecosystem will survive. In fact, it is a question of ensuring the well-being of the living world by ensuring a sustainable dynamic balance between these different compartments and between the flows of matter and energy which ensure the maintenance of these compartments, and ultimately to better understand the consequences of human actions. But seeing that makes me wonder, what are the boundaries of One Health? I have the impression that we can include all the questions and activities of life and ecosystem science under this banner. So perhaps One Health is multiple. That there are many One Healths that are only defined by the final question they address, by the final beneficiary that interests us. So with these words, I wish you an excellent seminar and assure you of the support of IRD on the path to One Health, a path that is more than useful in these times when ecological emergencies of all kinds are rocking our societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Veterinary from IRD representative of Thailand to give the introduction of the conference. And for our conference, we have Professor Dr. Serge Moran as our chairman for today. And please welcome our chairman. Professor Dr. Serge Moran is a researcher at the French CNRS and CIRA. And he also is a visiting professor at the Faculty of Veterinary Technology, Kasetsart University. His research investigates the link between the biodiversity and health with projects on the impact of land use and agriculture intensification on infectious disease or antimicrobial resistance in collaboration with local community and administration. And moreover, Professor Dr. Serge Moran also received the doctoral degree honoris from Kasetsart University in 2018. And right now, this is the perfect time. Would you give for the big round of applause for Professor Dr. Serge Moran?
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure again to be there today. And I would like to thank the Vice President of the Foreign Affairs of Kasetsart, and especially also the Dean, Professor Satapon. Actually, we used to work together now for 15 years. Our first publication is 15 years ago. So I'm very, very proud of this long-term collaboration. So as I used to say, I always follow my dean. So it's true, we follow you. And it's also a great pleasure because it's a way that with the support of Kasetsart University and the support of the Faculty of Veterinary Technology, is a way to each year to have this kind of special seminar. And so we have several subjects. And this year it was important because it was the first time that we can really meet in person, so it was a little bit more open, even we still have hybrid collaboration. But it was a way also to work on this One Health approach, and especially thanks for the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we have this project which we name FSPE, which is a little bit complicated, but is a fund for innovative project, and the One Health in Southeast Asia. On this project, I will not go too much in this because Clarisse will, from the French Embassy, will explain a little bit more this project. But we really want to put people together We really want to make a little bit better interactions between, of course, the French institution of research with locally, of course, with the university, and especially Kasetsart University and Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, in close collaboration with the Ministry of Public Health, but also the Livestock Department for the One Health, and today with a special event and with another several initiatives to explain, like a PRISOD, but also with the Zodiac initiative. And I would like to thank all the people coming from several countries, from Malaysia, Philippines, Cambodia, but also, of course, from Thailand. And we also the presence of the Ministry of Public Health and the CDC of Thailand, which is a great honor for us. So thank you very much, and I think it's time really to go to the real talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Serge Moran. And for the next speaker will be Ms. Caris Verong Awe from Regional Health Advisor for Southeast Asia French Embassy. Ms. Caris has mostly worked in the West and Central Africa as a program manager in both humanitarian and development aid sector. Her passion is about the global and community health. She has worked for the French Indirect Contribution to the Global Fund, a technical assistance program specializing in HIV, TB, and malaria, and for the WHO Global TB program, where she was responsible for implementing the people-centered approach in the development of national strategic plans. Since October 2021, she is the Global Health Advisor for the French Diplomatic Network in Southeast Asia, posted in Bangkok, Thailand. She's going to talk about the FSPI One Health in practice in Southeast Asia. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ms. Caris. Please give her for the big round of applause.
Can you hear me? So maybe I will sit. I'm sorry, it will be easier. So good morning, everyone. Bonjour, sawadika. My name is Clarisse Vellon-Hervé. I'm the Regional Global Health Advisor for the French Diplomatic Network in the region. And today I will give you, can you see my slides? So hope you can hear me with any other weird noise. Hope this is fine. So thanks again for inviting me to this important event. Thank you very much to the university for organizing this meeting. It's always good to be here with people in real, also with some participants via Zoom, but it's good to see faces. So thanks again. Today I will try to give you an overview of on how France contributes to the global health agenda. So global healthcare is definitely a priority for France's international development policy. Our action is really to promote healthcare, and this action is reflected in a number of financial and political commitments in international global health organizations and programs internationally. We have adopted a global health strategy for 2017-2022, which features a cross-cutting approach to global health issues. And this strategy has 4 major priorities. The first one is to strengthen health systems while fighting diseases, meaning that we have a horizontal, transversal approach, and at the same time, we try to fight together with you all, diseases per diseases, so vertical programs. We also, the other major priority is to enhance health security at the international level. We promote the health of populations, meaning everyone, including vulnerable populations and key populations. And finally, we try to promote French expertise, training, research, and innovation. The principles of which this approach is based are a right-based approach, the promotion of UHC, universal health coverage, especially by fighting all forms of inequality, the ownership by countries and regions, and finally, French attractiveness and influence. But as you can see, this strategy is coming to an end. So that's why since the beginning of the year and even longer, I must say, we are trying to review this ongoing strategy and to develop a new one for the period 2023 to 2027. So how did we do that? Or how are we still trying to do that? We have tried to do it in a participatory and concerted approach, including all stakeholders in our country, meaning from ministries, research institutions, NGOs, community-based organizations, patient organizations. So as concerted as possible. We have reviewed the main successes, challenges, bottlenecks that we have encountered by implementing this ongoing strategy, and we have set new objectives for global health in this new strategy. So based on a participatory assessment, which was basically an evaluation, we included all the recommendations made by the stakeholders, and we are going to launch at the beginning of next year, March, a new strategy. This new strategy will be fully aligned, and I think this is important, with the European Global Health Strategy, which will be launched on the 30th of November this year. It will be, of course, take into account the changes brought by the COVID-19 health pandemic. This has changed everything, and you all know that. So France is investing in multilateralism. We are convinced by the importance of the investment in international organization for global health. And we bear values of solidarity, equality, and universality in this field. The topics which are important for us, as I said, is how to strengthen the health system to ensure the system is sustainable, to fight against communicable diseases, mainly HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria, to insist on the importance of maternal and child health, and of course the extension of UHC. However, as you will see, the One Health approach is becoming more and more important in our mindset and in the coming strategy. So in the new strategy, it will become a main pillar. So what is France's vision of global health? We believe that to overcome major health challenges at the international level, we have to defend an approach based on principles, solidarity and human rights, and this approach has to be people-centered. We are fully aligned with the WHO definition of health, and we follow their definition. As such, France is financially committed and takes concrete action to reduce inequality in healthcare and to ensure people have equal access to healthcare, to treatments, and to foster inclusion of vulnerable population and key population, as I said. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, France has been even more involved in shaping the global health emergency architecture to be even more responsive, more resilient, and always more inclusive. Important note, France, together with Thailand and other countries in the region, support strongly the Global Treaty on Pandemic. So to meet new global public health challenges and adapt to this changing and international context and framework, we believe that strengthening production capacities and access to knowledge and know-how is absolutely key. So, France is a major donor in global health. It's approximately 1 billion per year, and is one of the leading contributors to the multilateral organizations that are leading the response to COVID-19 crisis. Here on this slide, you have an overview of all organizations, global health international organizations, in which France contributes. Let's start with WHO. So to build a coordinated response to global public health challenges, France supports the essential role played by WHO, of course. The voluntary contribution of France to WHO has doubled between 2018 and 2021. And an additional 50 million in response to the health system connector was announced in February this year. Also, political mobilization in favor of equitable and universal access to healthcare products to treat and prevent COVID-19, which should be actually considered as global public goods, is also crucial. To this end, France promoted a charter for equitable access to COVID-19 tools, which was adopted in February 2021. We are also very much involved in the creation of the WHO Academy, located in Lyon. We have provided 90 million euros for the creation of this academy. We are very grateful for that because we believe that it's important to invest in people, in the general public, leaders, teachers, researchers, healthcare workers, and to strengthen their competencies and capacities in countries. Another organization in which we are extremely involved is the Global Fund to fight HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis. France is the second historical contributor to the Global Fund and remains one of its main political partners. We have also reaffirmed our commitment to UNITAID. UNITAID, in a nutshell, is the operational research as an agency which goes together with the Global Fund. UNITAID's mission is really to develop innovative solutions to prevent, diagnose, and treat HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria, as well as their co-infection, which is extremely important, more quickly, cheaply, and effectively. Our diplomatic network is very involved in the region to monitor the implementation of projects and grants of the Global Fund and UNITAID. We have a seat in all countries involved, who received grants from these two organizations in the Mekong region. Also, you can see here on the side that there is Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. So we also support Gavi. France was the first country to donate vaccines doses to COVAX, the well-known COVAX mechanism. And it has benefited to 45 countries and approximately 120 million doses around the world. As I said in the introduction, the One Health approach is becoming a main pillar in the coming new strategy. We acknowledge that the link between climate change, biodiversity, loss, and global health is inextricable. That's why we also contribute to the implementation of the One Health approach. So France is promoting the One Health approach, and we are trying to contribute to the implementation of this approach as much as we can. We definitely acknowledge the interdependence among human, animal health, and ecosystem health. So the current health crisis sheds new light on the urgent need to design public policies that incorporate the One Health components. We are aware that we must shift towards a balance of the overall ecosystem. One Health is part of the solution, and we are ready to implement it with you. So how does we contribute to the implementation of the One Health approach? We firstly encourage the efforts of the quadripartite. Just as a reminder, the quadripartite is the coordination between 4 entities: WOHA, WHO, FAO, and UNEP. And we welcome, of course, the MOU, which was signed in March 2022 between these 4 entities. The establishment of this four-part collaboration contributes to that goal of the implementation of the One Health approach, and as also the 2 following initiatives which were launched by France. So we have the One Health high-level expert panel, the well-known OLEP, which was proposed by France with Germany's support. And so this panel is a panel of 26 One Health experts in the world. And we are lucky to have Serge Morand as the French representative here in this room, which is so an expert of this panel. We also promote PRESOD, so you will have a presentation of the specific initiative by Anne-Laure Bagnols, which is here in the room too. PRESOD is an international initiative which tries to address the challenges related to the prevention, the surveillance, and early detection and rapid response to risk of zoonotic pandemics. Thailand has just signed the letter of intention last week in the presence of our president during the APEC. As you will see this afternoon, AAEA experts will work closely together with PRESOD counterparts to explore areas of collaboration and foster synergies between these 2 initiatives. So it will be interesting to see how we can link these 2 initiatives and what kind of bridges we can build together. So in a nutshell, what is important to France here in the implementation of the One Health approach is to bring the multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary approach that is necessary to tackle complex health threats, to promote prevention, to facilitate science-based interventions, and to ensure sustainable financing. Serge Morand has mentioned before the FSPI, which is basically a project financed by the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this project is called One Health in Practice in Southeast Asia. So this is our small contribution so far in the region. The, as we call it, OC, One Health in Practice in Southeast Asia projects, aims to create synergies and consolidate One Health initiatives in Southeast Asia, especially on zoonoses and environmental changes. Knowing that this project is also a first step in structuring a research community with a view to setting up action within the framework of the global initiative PRESOD, which was launched at the One Planet Summit in January 2021. So the aim is really to move towards a shared understanding of the knowledge, representations, but also values which are carried in the One Health approach in the various by the various key actors, meaning citizens, communities, practitioners, researchers, decision makers. So again, here we try to have a people-centered approach. This is an approach by the people and for the people. So here within by implementing this project, we will try to strengthen the skills on the latter in order to better understand the emergence of infectious diseases and to prevent tomorrow's health crisis. To propose tools also to enable the implementation of this integrated approach to the three health areas, human, animal, and ecosystem, and in the diversity of social, environmental, and economic situations of the countries in Southeast Asia. This project at the moment is focusing on Cambodia, Laos, Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. At the beginning, Myanmar was also involved, but for obvious reasons, it's not involved anymore, unfortunately. But we are trying to bring a regional vision to this project, so we also involve Thailand. So this is a 2-year project, and it will end in June 2023. It is financed by the French MOFA, as I said, and it's implemented by CIRAD, IRD, and CNRS, so French Research Institutes. In practice, this project includes 3 main components: an offer of more than 20 training courses built in partnership with academic actors, research institutes, and the private sector. The support for 17 regional research projects on different topics such as AMR, wildlife, livestock, plantations, urbanism, fisheries, law, and the development of an analysis of the prospects of the One Health approach in the Asia-Pacific region. We are developing this deliverable together with the quadripartite and especially FAO. And the idea will be to give a concrete illustration of the implementation of the One Health Joint Plan of Action in close collaboration with FAO. So here on this slide, you have an overview of the catalog of the training we offer within the framework of this 2-year project. You can see that there are different formats of training addressed to different types of public, so to high levels, professionals, and students, so it's very broad. We have tried to build a catalog which covers the variety of topics that we can find when we refer to the One Health approach. The introduction of the One Health concepts and basics, surveillance, lab, law and ethics, disease ecology. So again, it's very broad. It's from really the basics of the One Health approach to this very specific topic. So as a conclusion, I would say that the global health, as you know, is a humanitarian, economic, political, and social. They have humanitarian, economic, political, and social implications that we cannot forget. We believe it's an investment in our future. And in this area of globalization, health threats have an international scope. And the progress made in prevention and care over the past 2 decades has definitely proven to be effective when consistent and sustained political commitment and when funding are definitely focusing on the global health threats that we have faced, we are still facing, and that we will face. With the climate emergency and the increasing interconnectedness of our societies, there is no longer any room for uncertainty, and we know that we all have a responsibility to prepare for the health challenges ahead. So the cooperation that is being developed between Zodiac and Prezod is an important addition to the coordination of international efforts to tackle the risk deriving from zoonotic diseases. And I believe exploring areas of collaborations and foster synergies between these two initiatives is an excellent way forward. And we are grateful for these efforts. So on this word, I wish you a very fruitful day, and I'm looking forward to the discussions today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Paris. And right now, we're going to take some of the questions that you guys may have from the floor and from the online platform. If you have any questions, you can send a message into the mailbox, and Dr. Anamika will deliver it to me. And some of the questions, Dr. Anamika will help us to answer that you guys might confuse. The first question from Professor Dr. Serge Moran.
Thank you very much, Clarisse. Very, very informative what's going on in terms of the global health French strategy. I have one question about this strategy because it was really focused on the three pandemics. Now with the One Health, what will be, two questions, what will be the relationship potential with all the livestock sector and the animal health sector? How it will be potentially or difficult to forward this, but also the second thing is related to the neglected tropical disease, because there is a roadmap of the WHO, and how is potentially they articulated with the roadmap. Thank you.
Shall I answer now? So thank you, Serge, for these two important questions. On the first one, I would say that we are still trying to understand how we will ensure that the door open on global health is not only on human health. There's a big effort to be done on the French side to open to the three health. It's not easy, first of all, because on the first side, the two ministries who are in charge of the global health sector, global health field, are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Health, human health. So, and actually we are learning a lot from this region of the world and from Thailand, because it's much more open, it's much more transversal. So you will be able to see in the coming strategy that we are trying to have a transversal approach. And that will be reflected in the topics of the activities and their implementation, I hope. On the second question, neglected tropical diseases, that's the main issue for us. And actually, France is also investing in TDR, WHO, and also in DNDI, the Drug Neglected Tropical Initiative. And the leadership also is French. The new director is French. Since 2002, we have invested a lot, as I said, on the three diseases. But now there's a shift. So we are going in another direction, which is much more broader and which includes neglected tropical diseases. But it's hard. It's hard for all of us because we need to change. And this is not going to be done within 6 months. So I hope for the next 4 years, yes, it will happen, and this is the plan.
Thank you so much. Is there any question? Or if you guys don't have any question, we would like to thank you, Ms. Caris from Regional Health Advisor for Southeast Asia French Embassy. Thank you so much. Please give her for the applause. And before we go into the next speaker, we would like to invite all of the audience who attend the online conference platform to turn on your camera, and we will take a picture together. All of the audience who attend for the online platform, could you turn on your camera, please? We would like to take a picture together. Are you guys ready? Okay. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, and we will take a picture together. Please turn on your camera. Okay. Okay, right now I got on off your pictures and some of you please turn on your camera, please. Okay, are you guys ready? Okay, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, and cheese. Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3. One more, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for your kind cooperation. And for the next speaker is Dr. Sawapak Hinjoy. She is a director of Office of International Cooperation, Department of Disease Control, Ministry of Public Health of Thailand. Dr. Sawapak has a background in veterinary medicine. She obtained her PhD in public health from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, United States of America. She currently is a position of the Director of Office of International Cooperation, Department of Disease Control, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand. She is enthusiastic about developing collaboration in public health research on zoonotic disease, emerging and re-emerging infectious under a conceptual One Health concept in Thailand and at the international level. She's going to talk about One Health implementation in Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Sawapak. Please give her for the big approach.
สวัสดีค่ะ Thank you very much. And actually, during the my section, I cannot separate myself from the other colleague. That's in the Dr. Shiti. Okay, Dr. Shiti, please and go to the stage. Okay, during this section, we will talk each other. Because in the Dr. Shiti, actually in the former agenda, we have like a both section. For the first one, this is for in the Thailand One Health implementation in Thailand. And the other section, this is a One Health Thailand One Health coordinating unit. And actually in the both section have related each other. That's why Dr. Shiti will be like have in the joint discussion among each other. Dr. Shiti, please introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning. My name is Shiti Hunukit. I'm a manager of the coordinating unit for One Health, Ministry of Public Health, the Department of Disease Control. Let me start the presentation.
Okay, and there we have in the slide presentation. Please in the turn on the slide presentation. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to join in the crucial meeting, and particularly Professor Search, that we have several times that touch each other, and for both of us that is we have our outline for today. Dr. Shiti will provide the background or the history why we adopt the One Health approach in Thailand, and also initiate what the state of the initiative process of the Thailand One Health coordinating unit. And after that, myself, I will provide you about the real practices of the One Health approach in national level, regional level, and global level. So let's start with the Dr. Shiti.
Okay, today we would like to make a presentation on the One Health implementation and the coordinating mechanism in Thailand. According to this slide, the topic will be divided into three interesting areas. The first, maybe. Okay, we will divide this topic into three interesting areas. The first topic is the One Health in Thailand, the timeline for multi-sectoral collaboration. And the second is the coordination mechanism. It consists of the coordination unit for One Health and the MOU signed by related organizations. And third, the international collaboration to One Health approach, which consists of the successful example for One Health coordination at the regional and global level. The first area that I would like to talk about is the One Health implementation in Thailand. Why we need to apply One Health approach to dealing with the public health issue? This is because 60% of the existing animal infectious diseases are zoonotic, and at least 70% of emerging infectious diseases of human have an animal origin. Three of five new human diseases appear every year are of animal origin, and 80% of agents with potential bioterrorist use are zoonotic pathogen. Moreover, it is evident that only one sector cannot handle health issues successfully. It requires the collaboration among all related sectors, especially in the areas of humans, animal, wildlife, and environmental health. And most importantly, the collaboration to One Health approach is significantly lay a solid foundation for the capacity building and the global health security as a whole. To fight against the public health issue successfully, we cannot only focus on its area separately. We need to see the overall picture because everything is interconnected. Therefore, we place an emphasis on the collaboration on One Health approach to deal with the public health situation. And this is the highlight for multi-sectoral collaboration is to establish the coordinating unit for One Health, or we call CUOH, which serves as a focal point for One Health collaboration, both domestically and internationally. And this slide shows the important activities implementing in Thailand for dealing with zoonotic emerging and emerging diseases, as well as diseases attributed to climate change. For example, Thailand regularly conducted the One Health Global One Health Day and the One Health meeting, One Health zoonotic disease prioritization, and the capacity building for the One Health network and setting committee involved in this approach. Actually, Thailand implementing multi-sectoral collaboration for a long period of time. But in the past, we cannot use, we did not use the word One Health. But up to the present, we have worked with several organizations to handle major zoonotic emerging and emerging diseases, such as rabies, leptospirosis, and the current situation of COVID-19 and monkeypox. All diseases need collaboration and integration among sectors to handle them successfully. Therefore, in 2013, the One Health concept was proposed in the Epidemiology Conference. And in 2014, the Coordinating Unit for One Health, or COH, was officially established in the Department of Disease Control. Thailand approaches One Health by performing several activities. We have established a close collaboration among One Health sector, ranging from government and non-government to non-profit organizations and academic institutions. Moreover, we strongly believe that the education is the most powerful tools or weapon which we can use to handle challenging circumstances and unexpected situations. Therefore, Thailand has been developing the curriculum and provide knowledge and information on One Health, not only for the healthcare worker, but also for the people who are interested in this concept. And with this approach, we have confidence that we are able to deal with public health issues successfully in a sustainable way. And this slide shows the strength of One Health related work in Thailand. Fortunately, the Thai government paid much attention to One Health concept and consider this concept as its prime importance. For this reason, the COH was established in 2014. And this unit is an important national mechanism helping encourage the coordination among sectors. This picture is the opening ceremony for the COS. I think it's in 2015 or 14. Yeah. And the second topic is the coordination mechanism via One Health approach. According to the information mentioned before, the COH was established on 2014, and this unit runs by the committee being composed of several One Health-related organizations. And this committee meeting is regularly conducted at least 2 times a year. In this meeting, the participants exchange perspectives on how to apply One Health to their own responsibilities. And the highlight of handling and collaborating the effort on public health to One Health approach is to develop MOU for One Health. In addition to health sectors, it is evident that there are other organizations associated with how to deal with zoonotic, emerging and emerging diseases effectively. Therefore, the MOU was signed by 8 organizations, namely the Ministry of Public Health, the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, the Ministry of National Resources and Environment, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, and the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Education, and the Thai Red Cross Society. The area of the collaboration to share the information across sectors, integrated work and responsibility at all levels, and empower young generation and One Health related personnel. Okay, this is the picture of the One Health Steering Committee. there are representatives from several sectors. As we say, the sectors from the public health, human, animal, as well as environmental health and academic sectors. The objective of the steering committee is to foster the relationship and expand the collaboration among the organizations to brainstorm how to perform activities and run projects to One Health approach successfully. And moreover, the results of this meeting will be proposed to the decision makers of each organizations so that they can use them as one of the information for making a decision on One Health related work. And the next interesting activity which I would like to present is the One Health meeting, which regularly conducted every year. This objective of the meeting is to strengthen the collaboration and exchange perspectives on One Health and major zoonotic disease, especially on avian influenza. The participants from the sectors could apply this knowledge and information to their responsibilities in the areas of monitoring, controlling, and preventing this disease, both at present and in the future. And the next activity is Global One Health Day, which is organized every year on November the 3rd. In general, there were approximately 200 participants from One Health partner, both national, regional, and international organizations, including USAID, FAO, WOHA, USCDC. And the aim of this event is to reinforce the cooperation for preventing and controlling diseases with our One Health network. Although at this time the situation of COVID-19 is improved, but my department and the Thai government need to keep an eye on this disease. Therefore, at this year, we conduct the online meeting instead. And this slide shows the picture of One Health leadership training. In this meeting, we have a lot of participants coming from several sectors. We concentrate on how to apply One Health in terms of hard skill and soft skill to their responsibility. And this slide shows the meeting of capacity building on One Health network. This meeting, we give priority to how to communicate with others effectively. It is well known that only healthcare workers or other related organizations cannot deal with the public health issue successfully. Therefore, we have to communicate with and disseminate the right and accurate information to the public and people in general. Therefore, risk and public communication skills are of prime importance as well. Moreover, in this meeting, we spend time discussing the decision-making process and how to solve problems, plan the One Health strategy, and develop critical thinking with related stakeholders. This is the activity for One Health strategy and network development. The main focus of this meeting is to brainstorming and exchanging perspectives on the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats, or we call SWOT, for One Health in Thailand, so that we can use these comments and recommendations from this meeting for developing One Health strategic plan in a sustainable way. And the next two slides is an example and the example of research and study projects that are implemented by Coordinating Unit for One Health. The first picture is the COVID-19 monkeypox and monkeypox surveillance in wastewater in Thailand. And the second is the development potential of surveillance melioidosis using a One Health approach. As we know that melioidosis is one of the life-threatening diseases in Thailand. Therefore, our department and Thai government pay much attention to this disease too. And the last picture for this slide is the rabies-related project that we implement many projects, both online learning materials, and we plan to develop a rabies-free zone in the Samui district. And the next research and study is the development of guidelines for investigating tuberculosis complex infections in pet animal. And as we talked about in the previous slide, Thai government pay much attention to the education. Therefore, we develop many One Health curriculum to disseminate the information to those who are interested in One Health concept. And the next project that we conducted this year, at the beginning of this year, is One Health zoonotic disease prioritization. And the project aims to prioritize zoonotic diseases by gaining inputs from all represent One Health sectors, coming from humans, animal, environmental, and economic sectors. And the top 5 zoonotic diseases from multi-sectoral One Health collaboration are zoonotic avian influenza, coronavirus diseases, including COVID-19, SARS, MERS, and the next coronavirus that might happen in the future, Nipah virus, rabies, and Ebola. The results of this activity is one of the important information for the policymaker to allocate resources to handle them effectively. And all these projects mentioned before are only the example of our activity. Actually, the COS runs several One Health related work supported by Thai government, Thailand US CDC collaboration, World Health Organization, USAID, and other partners in Thailand. And if all of you want to get the information, I can share with you other. And moreover, at this time, the COS plan to extend and strengthen the collaboration to other sectors, especially in the environmental and non-health sectors.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chiti. Dr. Chiti already provide in the term of what we are doing and what we contributing in the One Health approach in Thailand, that in the subnational level and also at in the national level. And even though you can see from the picture, we can see many persons that you may familiar with. For example, Dr. Sudarat. He is one of the pioneer that in the title drive One Health at in the national level to in the global level. And so we see a lot of people here that in the joint for in the One Health program in Thailand. Since I think it is not only 2014 that we have established in the One Health coordinating unit, but actually we start in the activity and we work together since in the avian influenza outbreak. And also maybe even though we went back, it can be the rabies that we are so apply for the One Health approach. Okay, for in my section, I will talk about what we are doing at in the regional level and global level. So let's start with this slide presentation that everyone know that the best protection is the early detection. That's why when we say that in the One Health implementation, we need to think about in the preparedness. That means all the activity that we have contributed right now is quite related and directly within the term of the preparedness program. So here, let's start with these two. These two that we call Joint Risk Assessment Tool, or these are abbreviation JRA. JRA is developed by the tripartite organization, WHO, OR, and FAO. And when they conduct pilot these two, Thailand is one of the countries that we adopt these two to be the pilot program in our country. So we have a start with that this is a tool that you can see in the both version. For in the right hand side, this is the English version, and the left hand side, this is a Thai version. So it means that for the Thai version, we cannot just translate like a word by word, but the team, the working group that most of the people is from Department of Livestock Development, they develop and they use some word, modified word, like a modified version that met well within our local context in Thailand. Okay, and this in the JRA, we have to ask for our a policy maker, okay, and which disease that you prioritize, and in the both sector, human and animal sector, they choose. avian influenza. It can be the first prioritized disease, and I think that's much well within the zoonotic prioritized program. Okay, and after that, we collect the people and we train the facilitator for being like a training for trainee. They use this tool and ask for the people at international level, and also we ask the people in the provinces. That means that we invite the people at in the province is both of in the human and animal and also wildlife sector to join in the workshop and think about and make the score what in the list assessment of in the avian influenza. And then in there, you can see in this picture, this kind of like the group of the people that both up in the practitioner level and in the executive level. And the TUC is also joined within the workshop as well. I saw Kuntil and Dr. James. That's in the both person is really like a key player that in the help us in the term of in the establish of in the One Health approach in Thailand. And for in this in the lesson learned that we learned from JIA. And for in the participant, the important keywords that they can see the benefits of in these two that can reduce the gap in the understanding zoonotic disease among agencies. Because in the even though we access the list of in the zoonotic disease, if we just look at from our own like only one view, that means from human sector, maybe we cannot cover on the important factor from other sector. That means that our assessment cannot be validated because we are lack of in the other view, perspective view from other sectors. That's why both all in the agency, they see important that when we conduct the risk assessment, we need to come together within the agency. And for in the executive level, they said that, okay, they can recognize the importance of in the JIA2 and the JIA2 is quite like the important jigsaw that dealing in the pandemic phase. That means even there in the future, when have like any next pandemic come, if we didn't have kind of like a preparedness phase, that means it's difficult and it can be hard to control. So JIA is one tool that in the policy level, they recognize how important. And another example of in the collaboration. This is we call in the application. This kind of like a tie to incorporate within the people in the community to be a part of in the notification, to be a part of in the early detection. That we call in the when you see the GHP, it means that it is a program under the pilot program that in the sponsor and granted by in the TUC Thailand and the Thailand Ministry of Public Health and USCDC. This is one of in the pilot program. Okay, and this application we make in the pilot program in 2 provinces, and we ask the people, especially for in the farmers in the community, to be a part of in the early detection. If this means that even if they see any abnormal event that occur in their community, in their family, on their farms, they have the channel to report. And right now, this project is already ended. But we also like a transfer all the knowledge and the tool to in the Department of Livestock Development. And Kundu is that in that she sits in this auditorium is also one of in the project coordinator that help us to conduct in this project. And this is the main outcome. You can see that in the we compare the result in 2 sides. For in the we have in the routine program. Actually in the Department of Disease Control, we have in the event-based surveillance, the existing event-based surveillance program. And after in the we use information from in our pilot program, we can see in the increasing of in the timelineess of in the reporting. We can see that in the we have much more engagement from in the farmer, from the people in communities, and we can see more in the term of operation by in the joint investigation team from in the both human and the animal sector. It means that if there any something wrong that occur in the community, we can see that in the both sector, they came together and conducted the joint investigation. Okay, from those activity actually occur at in the national level, but in the some lesson, something that we learn from in the national level, we push us into at in the regional level. Okay, here you can see in the FETN. FETN, this is abbreviation of in the Field Epidemiology Training Network. That means that this is under the platform of in the ASEAN plus T in the China, Japan, and Korea and the South Korea. So FETN, this is a mission to support human resource capacity and productive work in the term of the response, emerging disease, and public health threat. In the past, when we say that FETN, maybe in the majority of this group is health officials. But from in the COVID-19, we can see that we have to adopt in the whole of government and whole of society approach to contain the disease. So that means during the COVID-19, FETN asks more activity and engage more within the veterinary group. Here in the last year, they joined within the ASEAN Veterinary Expert Group at the ASEAN. And also using the One Health approach, it's kind of like the base program and conduct a lot of activities. And when I said that in the JRA in the previous slides, Thailand also show experiences of in the how we use in the JRA, Joint Assessment Tool, and also we promote this kind of the tool during in the like a share experiences in the ASEAN FETN that join within the ASEAN Veterinarian Expert Group as well. And also we have like a provide in the term of in the training on in the risk communication that just not only for in the health official but also for in the veterinarian official at in the ASEAN level as well. Okay, and this is a picture of the handover, the event handover the chairmanship from in the Netherlands to Thailand on in the GSSA. GSSA is a global health security agenda. And this is GSSA, but it's difficult to read it. But under in the the framework of in the GSSA, we have different kind of in the action packages, and we have the lead country. For the Thailand, we are the lead country for in the D1, detection 1, and D5, detection 5. It means that D1 is for like a laboratory network in the at the global level, and for in the D5 is for in the workforce development. Both action packages, when we say that laboratory network, we cannot think about in the laboratory from in the health officer. But laboratory also include the people in animal. That's meaning that they are during in this action package, they have many exercise, many workshop that in the both laboratory, in the both part, human and animal that join each other. And also they also invite the people from wildlife sector to be a part of in the GSSA in the laboratory network. In the same within the workforce development, we would like to increase the capacity of the people for the human and animal. And next, this is the International Health Regulation, IHR. That means that all are, we have in the 1, 2, that in the to identify our gaps, but we need to ask the external reviewer to access us, to evaluate us. So we have WHO and the other parties, they develop the tool that we call in the Joint External Evaluation Tool, or we call JEE. In the last 5 years, Thailand is one of the countries that in the already been evaluated for in the IHR JEE. But in the early the first week of this month, we just went through in the IHR JEE for the second round. And the one of in the technical area that WHO evaluate in the each country, that's in the we call in the zoonotic disease. And they have in the 3 indicator under in the technical area: surveillance, response, and sanitary animal production practices. We have find the each indicator they had the full score in the 5 score. And Thailand received in the 4 score in the surveillance and response, and 5 score in the term of in the sanitary animal production practices. So from in this review, okay, Thailand received a good score, but we have a room that we need to fill the gap. We need to think about in the plan for in the future. For example, that we have to Thailand need to review and revise the One Health governance. We have to sustain the One Health concept it's not only in the national level, but how we can drive the idea of the One Health and sustain the surveillance or the activity of the One Health approach at the community level. And also the important thing that we need to share on the expertise of the human resource, and we have to do more for the wildlife population. That is what is. And also in the one thing that the external reviewer provide the suggestion to us, it's just not only in the wildlife population, but Thailand need to engage the expert, need to engage the people from environmental health sector to be a part of the One Health program. Okay, this is the picture that just occurred in the first week in November on in the IHR JEE. And for in the last activity, this is we call this is the IHR PVS National Workshop. This is kind of like a PVS. IHR is an international health regulation that most often the IHR is quite involved within the health sector. But PVS, this is a performance of the veterinary service or PVS. Okay, most often the PVS is quite related within the animal sector and also wildlife sector. So in Thailand, that in the like a Quadripartite, they try to establish to see a gap and bridge both of in the IHR and PVS. That's why in Thailand we conduct this workshop and to explore any opportunity that in the multi-sectoral partner can join and can use kind of like the platform of the IHR PVS to fill the gap together. Okay, this is on kind of in the what we are doing for in the One Health activity at in the subnational level, national level, regional level, and also at the global level. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the good talk from Dr. Chiti and Dr. Sawapak. Is there any question from the floor? Please raise your hand and our staff will deliver the microphone to you. First question from Professor Dr. Serge Moran.
Thank you, Dr. Chiti and Dr. Joub. Very, very informative. I hope we can keep your slides presentation because we learn a lot. Thank you. And I have a question, and because for the wildlife. So my first question, so how you will more implement the wildlife and also the environmental sector in your strategy in Thailand. And the second, it was, I forgot already. So maybe I will remember after, but please to explain how you will implement wildlife on the environmental sector.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Serge. Actually, you have the same question. When we were in the IHR JEE, that in the external reviewer also asked the question, and that time Dr. Chiti is the team lead to present of this zoonosis action technical area on in the IHR JEE. They also asked how we can the Thailand engage the partner from the wildlife sector to be in the surveillance program. And that time I remember Dr. Sudarat, she is provide the answer that in Thailand, for the wildlife sector, we have some kind of routine surveillance in the wildlife population. And for example, a bat population that right now, the Department of the National Resource and Wildlife under in the Ministry of the Natural Resource and Wildlife Conservatives, they have conduct in their surveillance in bats population and also in the Cape bat. that they collect the sample, they have the routine, and they test for in the many like viral pathogen that can be in the cause of in their zoonotic disease, and they work within their TRDC and also Thailand course, and within the Chulalongkorn University, and they collect the sample, and then even if they found any like they can identify any pathogens that is important pathogen. They will send the information, share information through in the platform of in the Thailand One Health Coordinating Unit. That means we have the working group, we have in the committee that at national level up in the One Health under in the Thailand One Health Coordinating Unit. So the people, the working group or the committee can see and set in the like a recommendation or the measure and provide for in the at in the national level.
Thank you.
Hi, really, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting, and for I will present a Présode initiative later, and I think your experience is very important in this initiative. And I'm very interested by the tool that you implement at the local level for rabies. And how did you develop these tools? Is it free? Tools, and how the population accept to use this tool daily, because we can see that it is more efficient if it is done by the local people at the.
Yeah, the tool that you call you refer to JRA, right? Joint Risk Assessment. Okay. This tool actually this is kind of like the pilot tool under in the tripartite organization. And we know that in Thailand, we have in the disease that in the under surveillance and the zoonotic disease, many zoonotic diseases are under our surveillance by in the Communicable Disease Act. And we know that at the local level, they have in the many disease that in the day, they have to do in the surveillance and investigation. And then after in the resort to, we talk among each other under our working group. And then we select in the provinces that they have like a good establishment, well established up in their One Health program in their provinces, and some provinces that have like a problem on the zoonotic disease, and we invite them to join. That means even though they have like a more concern for the zoonotic disease, they can pay more attention how they can resolve the problem of zoonotic disease in the areas. And then in the last day of the workshop, we provide a forum and ask them to think back, even though they went back to like their area, which in the disease that they can use this tool to be a part. I think that's good that we invite them to be a part of in the work in the initial program. Just not let them, okay, you have to do this by our order, okay? But we ask them to think and have the discussion. That is a good motivation that how we can get more engagement from the local people.
Okay, could it be the last question because we are run out of the time?
I'm sorry for causing a time problem, but thank you very much for your interesting talk. I would just like to know, out of interest, the rabies tool where farmers report, is this somehow connected to oral treatment of wildlife populations in Thailand? Thank you.
You mean just like farmers, the treatment, the wildlife, the treatment in the wildlife population? Okay, find the wildlife, because in the both of us is not from in the Department of Natural Resources, but we know that they have kind of like a treatment unit for in the wildlife. But right now, as in the Department of the Natural Resources and Wildlife, they in the many years ago, they just only one veterinarian. Dr. Sudarat is correct. That's one veterinarian, all in the department. And now they increased to like a 30 veterinarians. But even though you compare to like a wildlife population and the area, I think it is still be very low proportion. So it means that in the wildlife, the veterinary in wildlife, they try to increase more capacity, and also they have the program of the the treatment program in the wildlife, but it's not, they have a station, and also they try to right now in they a strategic plan. They try to develop in the term of in the capacity of in the laboratory for wildlife, but they still a supervision of within the Department of Livestock Development. That's meaning that it still be have the room for in the wildlife population to fill the gap in both of in the treatment and also for in the surveillance program in the wildlife population.
Thank you so much for your give your very valuable for your answer. And we would like to thank Dr. Chiti and Dr. Sawapak from Department of Disease Control, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand. Thank you so
ขอบ
much.
คุณครับ Thank you very much
And for the next speaker will be Dr. Vipat Kuruchitham. He is going to give a talk via online platform. Let me give you for Dr. Vipat Kuruchitham background. He is the Executive Director of Southeast Asia One Health University Network and also a regional One Health network over 95 universities in 8 Southeast Asian countries. He's working to develop a resilient and competent One Health workforce by leveraging education, research, and training excellence. He obtained his PhD in health system engineering with a minor in public health from University of Wisconsin, Madison, United States of America. He's going to talk about building health system resilience through One Health workforce development. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Vipat Kuruchitham. Please give him a big round of applause.
All right, good morning, everyone. Hopefully my slides show up and my voice is okay. Otherwise, please let me know so I can make adjustments. So good morning, Sawadee Krap. So I'm here. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person, but I'm committed to dialing live so we can also interact. So if you, Dr. Sawapak alluded to about ASEAN Plus 3 of ETN. So I'm here with the representative from the Department of Disease Control for the FETN steering committee meeting just completed yesterday. So I couldn't make it back there in person, but thank you for the invitation to include in our work from academic to share with you our thoughts on building health systems resilient through One Health workforce development. So in all, I think we already know that the COVID-19 impact our lives so much to date. This is of course going to be underreported up to 636 million confirmed cases worldwide as of yesterday, according to the WHO records, and also caused a million of deaths, 6.6 or million of deaths overall. So we don't really want all these things to happen again. People talk a lot about preparedness, investment in preparedness and response and prevention that is going to cost only billions. But if we don't do anything, the next outbreak is going to cost us again trillions of dollars. So it's really a worthwhile investment. And how we're going to capitalize on this, to make a good investment case for the sustainable development for the global health security systems. So this is a quote actually happened before the COVID-19 from the World Bank Health Security Financing that mentioning about workforce development, which is fundamental for ensuring a sustainable and effective health security systems. And therefore, they really advocate for the investment in human resources. So I think that is very worthwhile because of human capital is the central driving force for everything. We hope that we don't see such the pandemic in our lifetime again, but I think we need to prepare. Hopefully not, but again, we hope to prepare our future generations for it. This is what Dr. Chiti alluded to as well, that we strongly believe in education, that through the education that we can really make a change of the world. As Nelson Mandela said, that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. So therefore, we are a group of universities that connect a regional network that connect over 95 universities in 8 Southeast Asian countries, including Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. Our mission is to develop a resilient and competent One Health workforce to effectively prevent, detect, and respond to infectious disease threats. By leveraging what universities are doing really well, education, research, and training excellence. So with that, we are supported by USAID primarily, established in late 2011. So we are about a decade old. So with that, people mentioned about the high level expert. We're talking about One Health a little bit, but I don't see anyone flash the definition of One Health yet. So let me read it a little bit to you. Some may already be so familiar with it, but some may not know well enough. So One Health through the WHO high level One Health high level expert panel, including Professor Serge Monan is one of the members. One Health is an integrative and system approach to health, grounded on the understanding that the human health is closely linked to the healthiest of food, animals, and the environment, and the healthy balance of their impact on the ecosystems they share everywhere in the world. So if you see the diagram, they're focusing, encompassing different components toward the healthy world. But to be able to build on One Health, you can see the 4 key components that they highlight. So they highlight on the communication, collaboration, coordination, and capacity building. So today we're going to talk about all these, especially on the capacity building part, how we're going to communicate better, collaborate, and coordinate better among us. So with that, this is our advocacy of the role of the university or academy in terms of the global health security agenda. So we divided into three pillars. One is the things that university doing quite well, which is to build the capacity of professionals across sectors in order to solve the complex One Health issues. So we emphasize not only building the skill set, but also the mindset of professional. So I'm going to talk a little bit on into depth on the first 2. The second one is to conduct research that really support the policymaker with the evidence-based information making for decision making. And lastly, when the public health are overstretched, like the COVID-19 being deployed, I think that the university can be a helping arm for the public health surge capacities. So if there's a linkages between the ministry and university to train some of the graduates during the pre-time to be on the roster, so that they can deploy in the outbreaks time to be of assistance. It can be through diagnostic testing, risk communication, and outbreak investigation. So through a limited time that we have, I'm going to dive down a little bit in details on the building the capacity and the conducting research part. So for the building capacity part, this is since Kasetsart, and this is the education seminar. So I think everyone's in the university would like to train a really high ranking of the world rankings for the education part. And this is the studies always date back in 2018, but it's not outdated because through other meetings, both at the regional, national, regional, and global, we hear it often and often again about graduate skills gap and mismatch expectation between what they learn at the universities and the working world. So it's cited that it's become more and more vital that university also prepare the graduates for the world of work. This means that the development of the soft skills that also mentioned by Dr. Savatak, like team playing and resilience, often become as important as the technical skills and knowledge acquired during a degree. We also quite often see the skill of the 21st century skills that often talk about, including all the World Economic Forum that's citing the skills that required for the 21st centuries. So summarize is more than this, but I think the 4 C's are the key one in my perspective. So the communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativities. So how are we going to study all this communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativities? It doesn't come easy just to sit inside the classroom, right? So in this region, in most of the country in this region, I would say in Southeast Asia, in many parts, I would say that we still learning in the passive way. I grew up that way, and it's changing, but it's still not changing fast enough. So a lot of time people study inside the classroom through the lecture breaks without that much interactions. So our group of the university network try to transform the education, not necessarily health education, but education in general, for the student to be more active learners, for the teachers, for the lecturers to be a facilitator, not just only giving the lecture in front of the class and teaching, but being facilitator, the student can learn more. So with that in mind, so incorporate so many things like case studies, field-based games, role plays, teaching, discussions, and all others into the learning. So people become more active, because once they are more active, they can learn and they can remember actually more. So in addition to that, through One Health, we know that no one's really know it all. So we have to work across discipline. So therefore, the students from this different discipline that we try to encourage them to come to learn together and to foster the bonding and relationship for the longer term. So we also believe that if you're friends while you are at the university or when you are at the young age, you likely to be friends in the futures, and once you grow up to be more the management position, the young graduate to be more in the management position, they can shake hands and they can collaborate much better. So at Sihun, we have different program, including the student program that we try to promote interact. This is the latest one that we conduct, where we brought the students from 8 countries together, around 40 students or so, and faculty members, to learn practical experience on One Health. With the support from the private sector, Chevron and USAID, in collaboration with Kasetsart University, Kamphaeng campus that generally hosts us, as well as for the Thailand One Health University Network. So with that, we also have other student engagement activities at the regional level that we try to promote. We just announced yesterday of the winner of our World Antimicrobial Awareness Week, that we launched the art competitions to the digital art and non-digital art, trying to communicate the public of the antimicrobial resistance, which considered to be a silent pandemic problem of the world. So this is the Public Week Peak Award winners. So we have about 12 winners overall throughout the 7 countries. And this is the top one that get the most vote through 24 hours. So if you'd like to know more about information like this and also see other arts, which is always impressive, of the creativity of the students that can coming up, you can visit our website. Just type Facebook and just type Sihun, SEAOHUN, and you can see all the pieces. So with that, next, we also believe that universities can play a very important role for the global health security agenda. But it's not enough because we know that the impact of the climate change, biodiversities, and others is caused by actually human behaviors. So we totally believe that if we can change the world, we have to change why people are young. The younger people are knowing about interconnectedness or interdependent of our actions between human health, animal health, and environmental health. Whatever that they do, it may cause the major outbreak in the future, or likelihood of the major outbreak in the futures. So we see that it's not enough to teach at the university level. We have to raise the awareness at the school level as well. So the partner with the private sector like Chevron, they are keen on education part. They already have the education program on the STEM education in Thailand through their Chevron Enjoy Science. So they're partnering with us to strengthen the One Health education in Southeast Asia in school level, at the school level. So we partner with the CMO TropMed and STEMmed to create the One Health modules and curriculum for kindergarten up into grade 9. We also partner with Tropical Disease Research Center from Konkan Universities, try to promote their One Health that implemented in the communities. So we're bridging the gap between the school, we have universities, and then we have communities. So toward that, I'd like to move on the second pillar of the conducting the research. So as universities, I was a lecturer before, many years ago, over a decade ago, on that. So we do a lot of the conducted research. But I would say that we just do the research. A lot of time we do the research to address our need, our search, our curiosities of the researcher. But we could think less, a lot of people could think less about what are the research going to impact on the policy level side. So we just do, a lot of people just do publication to be promoted to be professors. And then the research mainly assists on the shelf. So we try to address those gaps. And then government saying that, okay, they don't have enough information to make the good policies. So how are we going to bridge the gap between the two? So that's how we try to provide the linkages and to promote the researcher at the university to think more broadly. Whatever that they do, they should be able to communicate briefly in lay term to the policymaker as well to stimulate some of the changes in the longer term. So this is a good example in terms of the, not the research per se, but some of the studies. So we can see that a Wisconsin Integrated HIV Prevention Care Plan is the 130-page plan. It was there, graduate from Wisconsin, so I pick on them. Of course, it's tremendous effort in creating such plan. But I would say that, do you think that anyone really read it throughout, especially the BC policymaker on the top, or the politician? Not really. So we have to transform. This is what we don't really learn that much at the universities. How are we going to communicate better, having the creativity in digesting. This is 130-page plans, in addition to executive summary, which also pure text, right? So they have to digest this into the one-page snapshot. So it's making a little bit more, a lot more, not a little bit more, a lot more attractive in kind of the attract people to read and also to convince what you're finding and what are your plans. But in addition, if you want to implement to make more impact to the public side, you have to transform it to even further. And that's how the right-hand side examples come in of the city billboard, you know, how you can convince a message to publicly, who I would think our attention span these days is very short, you know, something in brief. So in all, I would say that our lessons learned throughout these stories is, you know, to be able to make our world to be a safer world and healthier world. We have to raise the One Health awareness at all levels, including the social responsibility one. To make things sustainable, right? We hope that there can be sustainable financing for the global health security agenda. But in our past experience has been that there can be a surge in funding during the outbreak time, and everything will level off and discontinue when everything's turned back to be normal. We hope it's not happening this time, but in a way that, you know, we try to institutionalize our One Health education offering into the universities. So once things are embedded at the university and at the high school and the grade school level, we hope that those type of the knowledge and trainings will be provided for many years to come. We also know that we cannot work alone in this, already reiterated so loudly by our colleagues and friends from the Ministry of Public Health, that the partnership is really matters. We must work together to address the world's challenging problem. Because an economy is only the part of the equations, the small part of the equations. So to elaborate on that, this is Dr. Sawapak already through our partnership with the Ministry of Public Health Thailand. We apply and become a member for the Global Health Security Agenda to be academia voice in the global forums. So we contribute through the 3 action packages, which is the workforce development, strengthening national laboratory system, and zoonotic diseases. In addition, this is what alluded to by Dr. Saupak a little bit as well about ASEAN, ASEAN FATN, and this is ASEAN Health Cluster 2, also a meeting to responding to all hazard emerging threats that we not only try to advocate for One Health education and research at the global level, but also at the regional level on the ASEAN health divisions, as well as we try to promote it at the education divisions, which is through the CMIL platform or the Southeast ASEAN Ministerial Education Organization, which we hope Sihun can be affiliated members next year. So with that, this is a flash of all our partners. You can see Department of Disease Control and the Thai Coordinating Unit for One Health is also our very strong partners in terms of strengthening health workforce in the regions. This is a couple more. I say that we cannot do it alone, like this picture say, and this is the quote that our Indonesian One Health University network use a lot, so I borrow it from them. So I say less me, more we. So therefore, we should work together, collaborate not only among ministries, but universities and the private sector, including other development partners in developing One Health workforce, generating evidence-based for policy makers, and maintaining public health search capacities. So in all, we must work together to build health systems resilient. So this is my contact that you can get in touch with us in terms of for more information on any aspect. And if you're on from the university, we look forward to collaborate more closely with you, as well as other partners that we would like to invest in the human resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vipat Kurujitam. That is a very good talk. Is there any question from the floor? First question from Professor Dr. Serge Moran.
If there's someone talking, I cannot hear.
Yeah. No, I cannot. Yes, I think thank you very much, Dr. Vipat, for your excellent talk and to see the success of COUN. And actually, several weeks ago, there was this quite important meeting in Bangkok, and we realized really the success of COUN. I have just a question because how now, because of the move toward the new One Health approach, how you want to attract more the faculty in environmental science, in agriculture, in social sciences, in your network?
That's rightly so. We intend and we already start doing more in terms of how we're going to do more. So in the beginning years, up until recently before the COVID-19, the focus has been on the emerging infectious disease threat on for the public health side and the veterinary side. So that's been our focus. So once the COVID-19 hit, we know that the critical importance that we need to bring people into more engagement, which is the wildlife part, as well as the environmental health. In addition, I would say that we have to engage the social scientists, as you know, how we're going to change the human behavior, which is, I think, extremely difficult. A lot of time we know that it's not a very good thing, but we still do it. How we're going to change and motivate those behavioral change. In addition, we still also see the importance of the economists, health economists in terms of the talking and try to help us to make the investment case. So overall, this is what we try to strive, and we hope to have more collaboration with these faculties. In addition, we think that the ideas that we have our brother and sister network in Africa One Health University network. But we also try to promote this type of the One Health education and research throughout the world. So in the past year, we have engaged into the dialogue have to gain interest from India, from Bangladesh, from Sri Lanka, I also talked to the Singapore and Brunei recently on how we're gonna team up our effort in terms of the educating and building the next generation of health professionals. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vipat. And I think right now we don't have much time. We are going to the next speaker, which is Dr. James Helfing-Finger. Dr. James Helfing-Finger has served as the lead of the new vaccines group in the expanded program on immunization unit in the World Health Organization Western Pacific Regional Office since August 2015. He provides leadership for surveillance and introduction of new and underused vaccines in the Western Pacific regions for 37 countries and areas. Prior to moving to Manila, Dr. Helfing-Finger served as the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention Country Director in Bangladesh 2012 to 2015. And he also is the chief of the Behavioral and Clinical Surveillance branch in CDC Division of HIV Prevention since 2008 to 2012. He's going to talk about the CDC role in One Health and zoonotic surveillance. And could you give for the big out applause for Dr. James Helfing-Finger?
Okay, I think, good morning, everyone, and let me see if I can to advance, just go here. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, yes. Okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm James Heffelfinger. I'm with CDC Thailand. Sometimes we call it the Thai Ministry of Public Health US CDC collaboration, or TUC. So sometimes I'll refer to it as that. And so I've been here for 2 years and been just somewhat involved in One Health. We have a One Health branch in the Division of Global Health Protection and at CDC Thailand. And I first heard about the One Health, probably first time was when I moved to Bangladesh in 2012, and I hadn't heard of it before. I think I got to know Dr. Sudarat at that time, and I am a huge fan of it. And I think that there was some discussion about how to get the message out and how to get more buy-in in, and I think that's key. I think particularly with physicians like myself, raising their awareness and showing how important the interconnectedness of human health, animal health, environmental health are totally key. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about the US CDC role in One Health and talk a little bit about the general US CDC role, then the CDC Thailand role as well. So let's see, here we go. So just in terms of the outline, I'll talk about the CDC One Health Office role. So that's the CDC Atlanta role in the global context. Talk very, very briefly about US CDC role in Southeast Asia, which is just starting up, and then talk about the US CDC role in Thailand. So Kun Du is here. She is the acting branch chief of the One Health branch for CDC Thailand, and has been a great resource for me in the last 2 years as I'm getting to know the program a little better. as well. But starting with CDC as One Health rule and the global context. So just wanted to talk a little bit about what One Health, the way forward, and the U.S. government definition for One Health. So which was from 2017, and they define as a collaborative effort of multiple disciplines and sectors working locally, nationally, regionally, and globally with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes and recognizing the interconnection between plants, animals, people, and our shared environment. So this is quite similar to some of the definitions that I think you've heard this morning. So CDC's One Health office has 8 focus areas, and their goal is to achieve optimal health outcomes for both people and for animals. So there's zoonotic and emerging infectious diseases, pandemic preparedness, response and prevention, One Health emergencies at the human environment interface, One Health pan-respiratory disease surveillance, and you'll hear a little bit more about which I also is, I'll refer to as PRDS. The global health security and capacity building, heard a little bit about that, I think, in the last 2 presentations. Strengthening One Health coordination in the U.S., strategic One Health partnerships, and then preventing zoonoses shared between people and pets. And I'm also timing myself. I'm going to try and confine my presentation at 15 minutes because I know we're short on time. But so just in terms of U.S. government leadership and the global One Health activities, the key activities are to provide technical assistance in more than 35 countries, partnering with key organizations. And so CDC seconds or loans experts to FAO, to the World Organization for Animal Health, or WOA, also to WHO. I was seconded to WHO for 5 years, so I was with Wipro in Manila for 5 years until 2020. They serve as a lead for the World Organization for Animal Health Collaborating Center in emerging and re-emerging zoonotic diseases. They support activities and advance global health security, and also lead CDC's One Health zoonotic diseases prioritization process. So you heard from Dr. Salapak about the prioritization process that I think that Thailand went through just this several months ago. And so in terms of supporting global One Health activities, CDC provides technical assistance and evaluation for One Health activities, and that includes everything from surveillance and outbreak response, coordination mechanisms, preparedness, et cetera. Supporting implementation of FAO, WOA, and WHO tripartite zoonoses guide and other associated operational tools. They support the development of the One Health strategies and frameworks and conduct technical reviews on deliverables like scientific publications. For some reason, okay, well, I think this is sort of more the same, but it's connecting partners with CDC headquarters experts and CDC One Health partners, promoting One Health work through communication products, distributing resources, guidance, and timely information, and providing resources such as slides and infographics. And so if people have need for interest in some of these materials, you could either contact me or you can find them on the web as well, or contact Rindu as well. Let's see if I can move this. So I briefly, as I mentioned, talk about US CDC's role in Southeast Asia, and it's brief because so the CDC's Southeast Asia regional office was just launched last year, so it's a little more than 1 year old, and they starting to develop their activities and build their portfolio. So one of the things that we're planning is to place 4 technical advisors in the region. I'm assuming some of these advisors will probably be located in Bangkok, or if we can, we would like to locate some of them in Bangkok, particularly with some of the regional, new regional activities and that we're seeing now, including having ACFeed, so the ASEAN Center for Public Health Emergencies and Emerging Diseases, which will have their secretariat here. We're hoping that we will be able to second or have a regional One Health advisor on board soon, possibly located in Hanoi, possibly located in Bangkok, possibly somewhere else in the region. There's also going to be a regional workforce development advisor, a regional pan-respiratory disease surveillance advisor, and a regional infection prevention and control / antimicrobial resistance advisor. So we'll see that soon. But the long way of saying that CDC is not has regional activities in One Health are just starting up, but haven't gotten too far. So in contrast, I'll talk about the U.S. CDC role in Thailand, which has been in existence for almost 10 years. The focus of CDC Thailand's One Health branch includes looking at zoonotic diseases, building capacity, and developing and extending and strengthening One Health partnerships. And CDC Thailand's key activities fall under the Global Health Security Agenda activities of prevention, detection, response. So in terms of preventing, you can see in the left-hand column, SARS-CoV-2, zoonotic influenza is a key one, rabies, brucellosis. I'll talk about each of those very, very briefly. In detect, there's active surveillance and also event-based surveillance. And then under the respond category, there's joint disease investigation and response. And this is both for public health and for animal health. And there's a fair amount of work with One Health workforce development. The Ministry of Public Health, Department of Disease Control's Coordinating Unit for One Health, or CUOH, you'll see me probably abbreviate it as One Health Zoonotic Disease Prioritization and One Health Partnerships. And these are everything from international, domestic, and subnational. Let me just see where I'm doing. I don't have much time left. So CDC Thailand's One Health activities, just wanted to give a snapshot of the fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 activities. And they're categorized three ways. Our activities of the Ministry of Public Health, or MOPH, our activities with the Department of Livestock Development, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture, or DLD, and our activities that are through the Health Securities Partnership or through a cooperative agreement with them, so HSP. And so you can see I have 22 and 23 in the two rows below. I'll briefly talk about just some of our activities with Ministry of Public Health are supporting the Coordinating Unit for One Health, work on melioidosis, a DGHP bat serosurvey where we're looking at coronavirus exposure in wildlife workers and comparing those with control persons. FY23 going to have similar activities under Ministry of Public Health. With DLD, our activities are primarily brucellosis, laboratory capacity building with the National Institute for Animal Health, rabies modeling and elimination, avian influenza activities. Similar activities in 2022 and 23. With HSP, we have in 2022 and 2023 just starting swine flu surveillance and also event-based surveillance. Regionally, we're working with the regional CDC office on SARS-CoV-2 projects, both training, developing tools, and surveillance. Just in terms of SARS-CoV-2 and what One Health branch has been involved in, they've been involved in looking at COVID-19 and people exposed to wildlife. So that's the coronavirus wildlife activity that I mentioned before. Wastewater surveillance. There were a couple projects looking at at SARS-CoV-2 in wastewater, and then regional surveillance in companion animals, wildlife, and livestock. And then just in terms of avian influenza, we are involved in monthly sampling of poultry and live bird markets and in backyard farms in 4 high-risk border provinces in Thailand, and also sampling of poultry and live bird markets in 6 provinces in Laos. And so the One Health branch it's not a regional so much, but it does do some work primarily with zoonotic influenza in Laos. In terms of rabies, the branch is involved in rabies modeling to calculate the areas for ring vaccination for disease control, and this is in partnership with DLD and also Maedong University. And then do some work with rabies-free declaration areas. So working with pilot areas to implement the rabies-free declaration guidelines that were developed by DDC, DLD, and DLA. In terms of brucellosis, are collaborating with the National Institute for Animal Health and DLD, screening sheep in central Thailand, and then conducting a knowledge, attitudes, and practices, or CAP survey. And let's see if I can move this forward. I'm only a few more slides. In terms of event-based surveillance, and you heard a fair bit in the previous presentations, but this is using a mobile app. I've actually had almost no interaction with this, but Kundu is very knowledgeable about this. But finding areas of collaboration between different platforms and owners of event-based applications in the country. And so they've conducted a landscape analysis. They've had meetings to raise awareness. They've had they convened a sector-specific meeting in June of this year to discuss needs and ideal systems. And they conducted a joint meeting with DDC and DLD in September to identify areas of collaboration. And just in terms of workforce development, our key activities are with the Field Epidemiology Training Program, or FETP. And so the FETP was US CDC's first activity in Thailand. It dated back to 1980. Thailand had the first FETP outside of North America, and it's been an extremely successful program. I think it's CDC is just provides some support, but has not been heavily involved since I think 2014 when we had our last regional advisor here. But we work closely with Thai's FETP program, and they've developed an FETP One Health program. It's really part of our FETP Emerging Infectious Diseases, or EID program that was launched last year. And so currently we have we take about 3, CDC Thailand takes about 3 FETP fellows each year, and they work very closely with an investigator or at CDC Thailand, and so currently there is one Health FETP fellow. Let's see. Okay, just in terms of CDC support for Thailand's coordinating unit for One Health. So as you heard in the previous presentation by Dr. Salpak, the coordinating unit for One Health is Thailand's One Health platform. It's under the Ministry of Public Health's Department of Disease Control. There are 5 core areas, and Dr. Salpak can correct me if I get any of these wrong, but zoonotic disease preparedness and response, One Health advocacy and partner engagement, capacity development, public education, and antimicrobial resistance and food safety. This may be my last slide. This is my last slide. So I just want to thank a number of people, particularly Kundu and Dr. Aim, who was, or Ongorn, who had been the chief of the branch and now is with the One Health Group in WHO Geneva, and also the CDC Atlanta's One Health office. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. James Helfing-Finger, the country director, CDC Thailand. Do you guys have any question to ask Dr. James about his seminar? Please raise your hand.
So, because people are shy here. There are many questions, but they are shy. Thank you very much, Dr. James. Very, very, very interesting, and especially the presentation, which is very innovative, and the FTEP, like the field training. I have a question because we are also discussing in terms of laboratory skills and developments on the laboratory. So, are you also putting a lot of efforts into the skill development, especially for the laboratory and the surveillance capacity?
So the question is, are we putting a lot of, yes, I think so. So right now, and I probably should have given a few slides about CDC in Thailand. So there are about 160 persons. There are 16 US employees and about 140 locally employed staff, so Thai staff, and we have 5 programs that we have influenza, global health security, which I'm the director of also. It's the Division of Global Health Protection, and 2 HIV programs, and then one program that focuses on migrant and refugee health. And so in the Division of Global Health Protection, we have a laboratory, and the HIV program has a laboratory also. And so our laboratory does some work. I don't know how much animal health work it does, but we were in the process of developing what we're calling a hub, or the hub, a research hub in Thailand, and it will, one of its focuses will be on zoonotic diseases. It has yet to take shape. There's been a lot of discussion. We had a delegation from Atlanta out here 2 weeks ago, but I think there's a fair amount of interest in a huge amount of interest in zoonotic diseases for the reasons that were discussed earlier today, and many of those require laboratory support and also surveillance. Where we're going to fall on that, it's a little bit hard for me to say at this point, but it's a key part of global health security agenda. CDC has offices in the in countries outside of the U.S. Their primary objective is to, what is used to get money from Congress is that the work we do protects U.S. citizens. And how does it do that? Well, that's by detecting, preventing, responding to outbreaks and possible pandemics early. And the only way you can do that is by surveillance and laboratory support. So we have some, the funding streams are CDC talks a lot about what's called one CDC, that everyone works together, but the funding streams are very siloed, and we're still trying to figure out how to get more support for the One Health. We're working with the One Health office. They actually don't support the One Health branch much at this point, but we're trying to make that branch a one that's both supported and funded and supervised by 2 different divisions at CDC in Atlanta. Long way of saying, extremely important. I think as our new research platform goes forward, we're going to see much more engagement both in One Health and surveillance for zoonotic diseases. It's a huge priority, as you heard from Dr. Salpak. It's in their One Health prioritization scheme. They were all zoonotic diseases, including zoonotic influenza, Nipah, Ebola, and rabies. And so I can't give more specifics. I wish I could. But yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your answer to the question, Dr. James Helfing-Finger. Is there any question? Okay. This could be the last question.
I thought that you mentioned in your slide toxoplasmosis, and I wonder it is a problem of public health here, because in Vietnam, for example, I stayed 4 years there, and they never mentioned toxoplasmosis as a problem of public health.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm going to have to defer that question because I haven't seen actually any work in toxo here. And so I'm not sure if this is from previous. I may look to Kundu because I think it's a key problem. I don't know if it's a key problem. Well, it was a key problem. I mean, it's been a key problem in HIV infected persons. It can also be during pregnancy and also I think concern for congenital disease, congenital issues, but I don't know of any work that we're actually doing. Kundu, do you know what work we're doing on toxo?
So this toxoplasma surveillance is part of cooperative agreement with Department of Livestock Development. This is how we try to engage the environmental sector into our work. Very baby step. We haven't started work yet because it's very new to at the beginning of the fiscal year. But we are working with national NIAH, National Institute of Animal Health, and I hope I can provide more information. But we are working with several provinces. I think we are surveillance in the chicken in the north of Thailand for the toxoplasma project. Okay.
Okay, if there's no question, thank you so much for your seminar from Dr. James Heffinger, Country Director, CDC Thailand. Please give him a big applause. Because we run out of the time and we provide the coffee break and also the complimentary in front of the room. If you guys really want to get any refreshment, please do so anytime you want. And I am going to skip to the next speaker. That is Professor Dr. Serge Moran, CNRS and Faculty of Veterinary Technology. Please welcome him by give him a big round of applause too.
Okay, yeah, it works now. Thank you very much. So I know that we are running of time, and I would like to present some One Health international initiatives, and especially because these are really, I just try to remember, but 3 years ago, there was something wrong that was going on in China, and it was the 12th of January that really we know exactly that there was a new coronavirus to emerge and a new disease that's starting to spread all over the world. This was a really important point to actually to better strengthen and to increase the collaboration into the One Health. But just to mention that this is a long way on in terms of in terms of epidemics, and I used to can I see the global slide? Yeah, this showed the increasing number. So I put the number of outbreaks of infectious disease, zoonotic or vector-borne for humans, or the number of outbreaks in the livestock poultry disease, or the outbreaks in the wildlife and the wildlife diseases. And you see all the time you have only an increase of this number of outbreaks, and showing that there is something that is not very going well. So people are working also a lot on this driver, so I will not express this, but just we have already mentioned this, but in November 2020, so that's why the Paris Peace Forum, that the French, together with Germany, they asked to create a multidisciplinary One Health high-level expert panel, or OLEP, and I have the chance to be member, and we have the chance to have two impressive co-chairs, Wanda Markotter from South Africa and Thomas Bettenleiter from Germany. And we are very pleased to have these two co-chairs to guide the work of OLEP. So one of the most important way for this was the first ask the new quadripartite asking us is to make a definition of the One Health. So Dr. Pat have already mentioned this, but I want also just to emphasize this, really integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. Ecosystem was really put on this, and recognize that the health of human, domestic, wildlife, and plants, and the wild environment are closely linked and interdependent. So really to strengthen the multi-sectors, the disciplines and communities to work together. So really to address a lot of threats in terms of clean water, energy, clean air, safe and food, nutritious food, but really in the sustainable development goals. And we have always seen this cartoon, but is really to strengthen the collaboration between sectors and disciplines in terms of the environment, the humans, and the animals. Really also to better coordinate the society at all levels, rural, urban, local, national, regional, and global, but also with the importance of inclusivity, equity, and access. On all of this, we can build all together One Health approach for healthy ecosystems that really support the healthy humans and the healthy animals. This, after the second thing we have to work, it was about a theory of change. So to better state the problems of how to implement and what is the One Health, the implementation, what are the outcomes. And this we have listed several outcomes, short, medium, and long term. So now these you can get this on the website. I will not go on this. And it was the important thing, the OLEP was important to work directly with quadripartite to launch, so now several weeks ago, the One Health joint plan of action with 6 action tracks. And you see that the action tracks is not only zoonotic epidemics and pandemics, emerging disease, but it's also the controlling and eliminating zoonotic and neglected tropical and vector-borne disease, something that also is not only humans, but it's also the animal neglected tropical disease, and also the antimicrobial resistance, and to better integrate the environment into the One Health. Of course, all of this, it was the support. Why? Because we already discussed that, but the tripartite before before it was the quadripartite or the WAHA are already developed a lot of this on the zoonotic disease in countries, the guidelines, but also the WAHA were very important in terms of to integrate already the wildlife health into the One Health framework. Now, after we will have this, the talk of Zodiac, there was another initiative by the International Atomic Energy Agency, zoonotic disease integrated action. So, and it will be more the talk on this afternoon. We will go on this. And something we have not discussed, all of this also have also a big awareness. Now, there is a intergovernmental negotiation body to maybe to implement a new, not a new treaty, but a new body, especially to strengthen pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, PPPR. And it was quite important because now the One Health is also recognized into these new instruments. I would say that for this, we need also a lot of knowledge for actions. So I will give you some knowledge on the knowledge gap. So with the European Commission, I also thanks to join the program which is Eclipse, which make the link between the science policy, and especially for biodiversity. And the European Commission has asked a new request about biodiversity and pandemic. So after several workshops, and we included as a requester PRISOD, but also OLEP, but also several DGs of the Commission. And now experts are working with these requesters on developing a strategic research agenda on biodiversity and pandemics, aligned with relevant sectoral policy agendas. So it will be also a lot of potential support for the European Commission really to develop research in collaboration with countries outside the European Union. The IPBES, which is for the climate, but for biodiversity, the international platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services, also starting a new nexus assessment on the interlinkages among biodiversity, water, food, and health. And we are working especially on the chapter 5.3. So option for delivering sustainable approach to health, and especially how the health sectors contribute to the nexus. So the nexus about biodiversity, water, food, and health. So it's really also a way. So, and I say that I use, actually, I have to say to Dr. Joub and Dr. Chiti that I use some example from Thailand to be in this nexus. The same. There is a new global forest expert panel, and we are finishing for the International Day of Forest for next year, the global assessment on forest and human health. So it's not only emerging disease, also mental health, but it's important because it's a way also to be more on the prevention, and especially at the level of the ecosystem, and especially in the forest. And I would like to mention just here for Thailand and for Southeast Asia, we have this international organization based very close near the Royal Forestry, which is the name Community Forest and People. And working really on the reforestation, community forestation. And they really tackle one example, the contribution of community forestry to COVID-19 response and recovery in 7 Asian countries. So quite important initiatives, for example, the environmental sectors. And now we are really there. So I think we are really on the way to really accelerate the One Health, and especially we work with UN Escape on this aspect with the policy brief. We already discussed of the importance of the CDC in the region, the USAID, which was also quite important. We have discussed already of COUN. We should also mention the MBDS, the Mekong Basin Disease Surveillance, that are really important in strengthening the collaboration between among countries. We have the PRESOD initiatives, and just after Anor will present better these new important initiative. And I will present this because it's a very new initiative also supported by several international organizations, so the WHO, the World Animal Health Organization, but also the UNEP, the UNDP, IUCN, and the Convention on Biological Diversity, Nature for Health, preventing pandemic together. So today we will discuss mostly about the surveillance and the capacity, but we should work also really at the prevention, really at the root. And this is this way. So we participate to the technical advisory group of Nature for Health, and actually was an open call. 60 countries are already invited to present their interest. We selected, I cannot say, but we selected 6 countries, but we cannot give the name. I can say that there was one country for Southeast Asia that has been selected, but it will be at the COP15 in Montreal that this country and the processes will be present. But really to help the countries to implement a better prevention for pandemics and emerging infectious disease. And I will finish with this, with also another initiative supported by UNESCO, which is also the implementation of the One Health through resilient territories and based on the biosphere reserves. And we are finishing a MOOC on this that will be also launched at the beginning of the next year on really all the solutions we can present, and especially based on ecosystem restoration, reforestation, but agroecology, ecoforestry, ecopastoralism, how we can also work all together in terms of development locally on using the biosphere reserve as a platform for this kind of implementation. And finally, very proud also to work with Clarisse on this project, our level in terms of these FSPI, One Health in Practice in Southeast Asia, really working on this, how to improve knowledge and skill, how to share knowledge and practice, and to apply the skills and knowledge for practices, One Health in the region. And we developed several kinds of activities, and I just want to say, because next week we're starting to develop a disease ecology training and symposium at Maidol University campus, with the help actually of people from veterinary technology also, and the Maidol University Faculty of Tropical Medicine. Thank you very much. I think we can go directly to prison. No?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sos Moran. You guys have any question?
Maybe no need. No? And people are angry, so stop. It's okay.
Okay, if you don't have any question,
we can discuss during the lunch time here.
Yeah, that would be great because we are running out of time. Yeah. Okay. And the next speaker is Dr. Anne Banu from IRD France. She's going to talk about the resource initiative. Please welcome Dr. Anne.
Okay, thank you, Serge, for your invitation to give me the opportunity to present the PRESOD initiative. I think, as you can see, there is a very complicated landscape and many One Health initiative. And so the idea of PRESOD is really to try to complete and to fill the gap all together, to identify the gap and also to fill them in the different country at the regional level, but also at the global level. So, in fact, I'm here because with Flavie Goutard, I am the focal point of PRESOD initiative. And so we are in charge to collect your questions. So if you have some question and if you need to be more informed of this initiative, don't hesitate to contact us for this initiative. Okay, so just I will try to make a brief introduction of this initiative. So it was launched at the One Planet Summit on Biodiversity on January 2021. And it is an international initiative addressing all the challenges related to the prevention, surveillance, early detection, and rapid response to risk of zoonotic pandemics. And so the aim is to contribute, of course, as Serge presented, to the new One Health high-level expert panel set up by the quadripartite. And so, of course, to meet also the sustainable development objectives. So the first step of this initiative are supported by three French institutions, CIRAD, INRAE, and RRD. But you will see that now the goal is really to make international governance of this initiative. So the idea of PRESOD is really to change the dogma, because the current dogma is focused especially on control and preparedness of the response to spillover or outbreaks. And PRESOD, in fact, intend to focus on prevention, early detection, and rapid response. So they design to answer this, to reach this objective, the 5 pillars. So the pillar 1, which is to identify and understand the risk. The pillar 2, which is to reduce the risk. The pillar 3, which is to detect early the risk of pandemics and to develop some rapid response. And of course, considering the socio-economic constraint, it's the reason why we need really interdisciplinary research, but also stakeholder in this initiative. The pillar 4 aims to scale up emerging risk surveillance system at the national level, but also at the regional and international level. And the pillar 5 is aimed to engage and empower local and national stakeholders and to strengthen the One Health networks. So the aim, the final aim, is to identify and understand the risk and to co-develop solutions to reduce them, and to, of course, to strengthen early warning system at the operation and operational, of course, initiative from local to global, and of course, the strengthening of this system will help to reduce the risk at the local level. So this initiative will thus constitute a scientific and operational framework, a collaborative platform for sharing knowledge and synergies activities, and support mechanism for research and operational project. And the aim is to, of course, to implement an international collaboration to facilitate the development of recommendations for decision makers and enable relevant public policies. So today more than 1,000 scientists are involved, more than 115 countries participate to the first workshop, and from 5 different continents. So we started, in fact, this, to build this initiative by regional workshop. It was a series of co-construction workshops to co-design the strategic scientific agenda and also operation plan for the next 5 years together. So we discussed during this workshop how to build a common vision of the initiative, it's the objectives that we can identify in detail for this initiative and the expected impact. We also map and invite around the table all the relevant stakeholders, and we identify the need for change to ensure adoption of the scientific innovation. And also we identify the activities that need to be performed to ensure the development and adoption of the innovation. So this regional workshop were in fact displayed in different regions of the world, as you can see here. Around 10 workshops and a series of 3 workshops. So more than 1,500 collaborators, scientists, but also stakeholders from the public health, but also other private company or NGO participated to this regional workshop. So we also performed some scientific workshop in early 2022, and more than 100 scientific experts from all around the world participated to discuss the research gap and their link across the 5 pillars of PRESOD. So the aim here was to co-construct the science base of the strategic agenda of PRESOD by identifying and building a research plan. So from this scientific and regional workshop, scientific strategic agenda is in construction, in fact, and I think that it will be published soon. Okay, so just an update. So today, it's in November 2022, so more than 170 international partners signed the Declaration of Intent, including 16 countries. And of course, Thailand, as you know, signed last week with our President Macron. He was here. And of course, now the idea is really to make this initiative international, and we have already the institutional support from the European Commission and the quadripartite. So, in fact, what we are doing now, the current step is to make an international governance. So it is in construction, and we had the General Assembly last October, and all the members of PRESOD, so it means all the signatories of the Declaration of Intent, participated to this General Assembly, and in fact, we voted for the governance, and we voted that this governance will be organized around 4 main bodies: a General Assembly, a steering committee, a donors committee, and the secretariat. So just for information, there is a call for the General Secretary, and so if you are interested, if you know someone interested in this position, please don't hesitate to push them or to respond to this call. The deadline is in December, so soon. So of course, one of the goals of this initiative is to mobilize funds to develop a project in the framework of PRESOD with the PRESOD label. And the first funded project is the African project This project is funded by the French Agency for Development, AFD, and you see here all the partners in Cambodia that join this project. So the goal of this AFD project is to support national strategy and policies, and to define and implement of activities to meet the needs, of course, identified in each country in terms of assessment of the risk of zoonotic disease emergence, reduction of the risk, and implementation of surveillance and early detection strategy. So for this fund, in fact, AFD will organize this project in 3 phases. And the first phase, it is the first one, involve 5 countries: Cambodia, Cameroon, Guinea, Madagascar, and Senegal. And the second phase is in construction, and it will display in from 2024 and 2026. And this second phase will have more a regional dimension, and Laos would be the focal country, but with a regional dimension. So Thailand, of course, could be involved in this project. So the framework of this project is, of course, to involve the signatories of PRESOD initiative. This project should focus on One Health, zoonosis, climate, gender, and biodiversity. It is a AFD requirement. This project should be built on the previous or ongoing project. It is really important to have synergies and not to develop something already ongoing. And also, this project should be co-constructed with the local partners. And the final goal is to reinforce the capacities and the surveillance system of the country. So for Cambodia, what we identify is that water, in a larger sense, is really a key element in the organization of ecosystem, society, economic activities, and human, animal, and environmental health. In fact, it is clear, I think also for Thailand, but not only in this region, but hydrological dynamics and all the ecosystem are strongly affected by climate change and also human activities. So, of course, this has some impact on the dynamics of pathogens, hosts, and vectors, and therefore on population, animals, and environment. So the objective of the African project in Cambodia is to study the risk of emergence of zoonotic diseases impacted by the hydrological dynamics, climate, and environment in diversified ecosystems, which represent key animal, human, environmental interfaces. So we will implement activities to reduce the emergence of zoonotic risks and reinforce, in coordination, of course, with local and national partners, the existing surveillance system towards integrated One Health surveillance. So you have to know that this project, according to the requirement of AFD, are in agreement with the PRESOD pillars. And so it's a reason why we have to follow the different components that you can see here: risk assessment, prevention strategy for risk reduction, and the reinforcement of surveillance system. Of course, on a transversal way, one of the missions is to make capacity building and strengthen the One Health network. So what we define in Cambodia is different activities in the 3 components at different levels. So I will not go in the details, but we could identify with the partners different activities. And for example, here, one of the activities will be to identify the circulation of pathogens at the human, environmental, wildlife, and domestic interfaces. But of course, in synergy with the ongoing project or already finished project. And in the second component, we will work with the community to identify what are the needed interventions to reduce the risk. And the third component, we will perform different activities to reinforce the surveillance system with all the stakeholders. So we identify different sites, as you can see here, with different ecosystems. For example, Stumtreng, because it is a forested ecosystem, to work on the interface between wildlife and humans. Another place here, because there is a specific ecosystem with agricultural floodplain, and the Battambang province, since this province give a gradient from agricultural areas to natural humid ecosystems. So really interesting and really pertinent for our question to understand the impact of hydrological variation on the circulation of pathogens. And so as you can see here in these three sites, some projects were already developed or are ongoing, and it's a reason why it's really interesting to work in synergy with this, the different partner and project. And so we identify different pathogens. Of course, we are not sure that they are all the pertinent. We identify them, of course, with the Cambodian partners. And we will see from the first collection of data if there is a risk or not. We will work in different also animals. We will collect some sample from humans, but also pigs, chicken, duck, cow, environment, rodents, and mosquitoes. And so just to finish here, you can see the main partners of this African project, and the coordination is ensured by me, Flavie Goutard from CIRAD, but also Sovatli from Institut Pasteur of Cambodia, and Vincent Herbreteau and Hélène Guis from CIRAD. And of course, we will work in close coordination with the different groups, Zoonotic Technical Working Group in Cambodia, but also with local public and animal health actors, and at the community level, because as Dr. Sowebat said this morning, it's really important to have efficient action to work at the local level and with the community. And we will work with the different universities. We have already contact with Cameroon and the Royal University of Agriculture and different universities in Cambodia. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anne-Laure Van from IRD France. Is there any question from the floor? Please raise your hand. Okay. First question from Dr. Patrick from Finland.
Thank you very much for your very interesting talk. This is a rather detailed question, but you mentioned Borrelia Lyme disease. Is that present in Cambodia?
We have already some information about this disease, but we don't know a lot about the risk. And so it's a reason why we will have also a study on tick. and to see if it is really a risk for public health or not, or for animals, of course, health. And so it will be one of the, I think, detailed study. So we will see from the first mission, field mission, we will have some information if it is pertinent to continue to follow or not. But very few information, not a very detailed study already were performed in Cambodia. It's a reason why we were interested to add these pathogens in the list.
Sarah.
Thank you so much. Could you give a big round of applause for Dr. Anne? And for the next speaker will be the last one for morning session. That would be Dr. Jean-Pierre Caillot, International Atomic Energy Agency, Vienna, Austria. Let me give for his background for Dr. Jean-Pierre Caillot. He is the Departmental Program Coordinator for the Department of Nuclear Science and Application of the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA. He also holds a PhD in animal biology, and he is a specialist of the sterile insect techniques, nuclear techniques applied to control insect pests of economic significance. He also published his international publication more than 50 papers, and he also is the coordinator of the IAE Zodiac Initiative. He's going to give a talk about the Zodiac Initiative by platform online. Please give him a big round of applause for Dr. Caillot.
Good morning or good afternoon, colleagues. It's actually 6 in the morning here in Austria. And thank you to the organizer for this fantastic event. As my network is not so stable, I will switch off my video and ask my colleague Noura to share a screen with the presentation. So it's going to be I will be speaking on another screen. Noura, please. I switch off the video. Thank you very much. So, as many of you know, Zodiac was launched 2 years ago with the goal to strengthen the preparedness and capabilities of member states to respond to the threats of zoonotic diseases, such as COVID-19, monkeypox, and other emerging and re-emerging diseases. And the goal was to support the early detection and control before these can reach the level of an outbreak. And since then, Zodiac took off, and it has made big strides, which I'm going to present to you today. You're all specialists. You all know zoonotic diseases affect around 2.6 billion people every year. As we witness today, the threat of zoonotic disease, such as COVID-19, can culminate in a pandemic, affecting the well-being, livelihood, and socioeconomic status of billions of people worldwide. The IEA has decades of experience supporting countries in detecting, identifying, and managing zoonoses, such as the highly pathogenic avian influenza, for example, the SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, the Middle East respiratory syndromes, Ebola, and currently COVID-19. And talking about COVID-19, when I say the IEA COVID-19 emergency response has been the biggest project in the agency history. We have supported over 300 laboratories in 130 countries, and we are continuing as we speak to support those laboratories with the generous contributions of our member states. We provide training material to more than 10,000 laboratories and healthcare providers in several languages on sample collection, handling, processing, use of personal protective equipment, PPE, and the use of RT-PCR. And this support for us is based and is facilitated by our colleagues from the IEA Animal Health Laboratory and the work of the joint center we have with the FAO, which allowed the validation of equipment during the most critical time. Our close work with WHO and other UN organizations as part of the UN crisis management team was also essential. So our reaction was quick, and based upon the lessons learned, our Director General launched Zodiac as we need to become more proactive, as the world needs to be better prepared for the future. So Zodiac, or the Zoonotic Disease Integrated Action Initiative, is working to enhance the capabilities of member states for the detection and monitoring for the timely response to outbreaks of zoonotic diseases. The goal is to develop a network of laboratories across the world that will be on the same level, able to exchange information, communicate, and conduct research across continents. Next slide. Zodiac is based on 5 pillars. I just heard our colleagues from PreZod, and we develop our respective initiatives on the system of pillars. But here I like to say that there is one central pillar, as you see here, which we name Pillar 1. So all these pillars are interconnected, but at the center, the objective in the Pillar 1, which you see here, is to build capacities of the laboratories in the member states to accurately and rapidly detect, diagnose, and monitor pathogens. The Pillar 2 that you have here is to conduct research at the animal-human interface, but not only to conduct research in a separate way, to involve the laboratories that are part of the network in this research, to help member states develop their own national research with regards to zoonotic disease. The Pillar 3 here is the objective is to share information on an IT platform. We already have an IT platform that has been developed under another project and is made available, is password protected for the laboratories to exchange information as they wish, to get assistance, to learn from one another. The Pillar 4 is referring to the human component, is to understand the impact of zoonotic disease on human health. So we start with the example and the experience we have in digital imaging. So the images we have accumulated from patients with non-communicable disease, cancer, diabetes, and so on. And so the idea is to use artificial intelligence to develop a model where we could detect through digital imaging the presence or the impact of zoonotic diseases. The Pillar 5 here is, I like to say, is a byproduct of Zodiac, is while we go on Zodiac, we will help developing the expertise in the different countries and region. And the objective of Pillar 5 is to develop a roster of experts to react in case of crisis. So people becoming experts in a certain technique, in a certain disease that could be made available for other countries in the future. Next slide. So where are we today? With regards to capacity building, what we call capacity building, we have 149 member states have nominated a Zodiac National Coordinator. So the way the IEA function is we are on a member states demand basis. So our DG call upon the member states to nominate a focal point, which we call Zodiac National Coordinator, and to nominate, if they wanted to participate actively, a Zodiac National Laboratory. So we didn't choose those people or those laboratories. So 149 member states to date, and you have the breakdown here of the different region, 34 Zodiac National Coordinators in Asia, and 126 member states have nominated a Zodiac National Laboratory. So, and I'm glad to know that some of them are here today. So far, with regards to procurement, almost 40 Zodiac National Laboratories or member states have been supported so far with the provision of equipment in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, Europe, and Latin America and the Caribbean region. So we have provided equipment for serology, molecular diagnosis, or genetic sequencing. And as funding is becoming available, we equip more laboratories. With regards to training, and I have to admit that this was a side effect, so to say, of the world going virtual, which partially is a good thing. We managed to have over 1,000 participants from over 95 countries that have been trained through virtual interregional training courses on the use, for example, of IEA genetic sequencing services and improving laboratory testing procedures. Of course, that does not, in some cases, it does not replace hands-on training, which I'll come back to it in a few minutes. The first Zodiac fellows have been trained at our laboratories here in Austria, and they were from Indonesia, Senegal, and Tunisia. They've completed their training on whole genome sequencing, and again, this was done in our own laboratories. Next slide. We had, and we're very happy to have, the first physical, face-to-face, finally, regional training that was hosted at Institut Pasteur de Dakar in Senegal on the verification of standard operating procedures for new serological and molecular techniques. This was in September. What you see here, apart from colleagues from also WHO was there, we had 25 participants from 25 Zodiac national laboratories, Francophone, join us for this very first training, and a big thank to Pasteur. Next slide. With regards to research and development, we have 4 regional research projects. So that's the pillar 2, if you remember, which were developed to enhance laboratory preparedness for detection and control of relevant priority diseases and tools for the Africa, Americas, and the Asia and the Pacific and Europe regions. We've developed this closely with top international experts in the field of veterinary science. Under PUI, so we love acronyms, is Peaceful Use Initiative. This is a funding mechanism we have in the IEA. So under a PUI project, we conducted research on the necessary laboratory tools to help conduct surveillance on the circulation and origin of animal and zoonotic diseases. With regards to human health, core institutions have been identified and contracts prepared to launch the research project on characterizing disease-specific patterns in patients infected by zoonotic diseases. And finally, we're very happy with that. We formed the Zodiac Ad Hoc Scientific Panel of Experts. And as I said, we love acronyms, so this is called ZOSP, which is a panel of independent scientists and experts that will meet to share and exchange scientific knowledge with the Secretariat on the latest innovations and techniques in fields related to zoonotic disease. We expect the first meeting to take place in January. The Zodiac portal. This is something which, for many of you, would seem absolutely logical. For the IEA, this is a big thing because we never share, or we rarely share, the entire information regarding a project with the public. We share with the people we train, but with the public, this is extremely unusual. And yet we have set up, my colleague here, who is projecting the slides for me, has been the one developing with our IT colleagues this portal. So we launched the Zodiac portal. This is an information and resource website on Zodiac, where we have over 1,000 monthly visitors benefiting from educational videos, training materials, and recorded training events. Everything we've ever done on Zodiac is available on this portal. With regards to collaboration and partnership, we have our Director General here. We've signed a revised arrangement with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in 2021, supporting the joint efforts to improve, monitor, and control transboundary animal, zoonotic, and plant diseases in a One Health approach. Next slide. We're also coordinating closely with WHO. This is a meeting we had in Geneva a few months ago, and joining forces on complementary activities. For example, WHO attended the training in Senegal, which I just mentioned, and WHO invited us to join the meeting of the One Health high-level expert panel, where we had the representative of WHO, FAO, OIE, and UNEP. We also signed practical arrangements. So on the left side of the screen here, you have the signing of the Director General last year with Institut Pasteur de Dakar. I'm very happy to be if not the first, one of the first to sign the letter of intent with Prison Initiative that was last year on the right-hand side. We are, I mean, Zodiac is made to be proactive, if I may say so. And the most recently, we had a workshop when the world started talking about monkeypox. We immediately called for a workshop on monkeypox, also on Lassa fever infections, that we held virtually in Vienna. So the title was Workshop on Monkeypox and Lassa fever infections in animal reservoirs and the risk for public health transmission. And for that, we immediately got the support of WHO and FAO, who sent virtually the experts. So Zodiac is also about sharing information, about communicating and putting the information up front to laboratories. So all of this would not have been possible without the generous contributions of our member states, which include Belgium, Bulgaria, Estonia, France, Israel, Japan, Korea, Kuwait, Morocco, Pakistan, Poland, Portugal, Switzerland, and the US. And I'm pleased to announce here the most recent additional contribution of 1 million euro from Saudi Arabia. Thanks to this contribution from Saudi Arabia, even more laboratories will be equipped. Remember, I said 40 or so. Examples like today, for me, is critical. Examples like today show us that collaboration is also not only through financial contributions directly, but also through the hosting of important workshops like the one you are attending today. With thanks to Le Fonds de Solidarité pour les Projets Innovants, FSPI, several participants, including our Zodiac national coordinators and laboratories, have been funded to attend and participate in this workshop alongside other distinguished colleagues in the field. This is the true sense of collaboration. This is what we're trying to promote. And here, a big thank to Serge and Clarisse. I'm sad I'm not with you today, but I'm happy this is happening. So what is next? The highest priority for us is to equip all the Zodiac national laboratories to ensure that they're all prepared to engage in research, surveillance, and monitoring of disease pathogens. Especially in light of the recent monkeypox crisis, we've seen again that then the next pandemic could be around the corner, and we must be ready. We will need approximately 16 million euros to ensure that all Zodiac national laboratories have been equipped. So we're not yet there, but we're getting there. Number two, the regional training course, or the second priority, the regional training course in Senegal was only the first of the 6 regional trainings planned under Zodiac until the end of 2023. Others are planned for English-speaking African countries, Asia, Europe, and Latin America. Thanks to the contribution of Korea, the first research project for the Asia and the Pacific region will be launched shortly for this region. Others will follow shortly. So we're hoping to have, remember, 1 research project in each of the regions. And we are in the final stages of discussion with the IT private sector for support and cooperation on artificial intelligence for detecting patterns of diseases in humans. Next slide. There's one on the, yeah, thank you. So this is the Zodiac portal. As you can see, the address is easy to remember, zodiac.ie.org. I strongly encourage all of you to visit this portal for all information, including educational videos that we have translated into Spanish. We've also added Spanish subtitles to all training videos. Some of them, I know, some of the information is also in French, as far as I remember. So thank you all. Thank you very much. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much from your talk from Dr. Cayo from Austria. And do you guys have any question to ask Dr. Cayo about his presentation? First from Dr. All right.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre, for this very interesting and very informative talk. Actually, I discovered much more than for Zodiac than I think I knew. And One of my questions, because it's quite important here in Southeast Asia. So we know, because there's one key player you mentioned is South Korea, and actually is also important in a way to move forward for us, even for the FSPI, but even to strengthen the collaboration, also with the support of the French embassy. So maybe Zodiac also can also help better coordination with South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any question?
I still have the floor. Okay. Thank you, Serge. Yes, as you know, the objective of Zodiac, and this is the perfect example today, is to join forces. So, as much as we can help, if we putting people together, putting initiatives together, we're more than happy to do that. The research, Korea has been very supportive in the research aspect of Zodiac, with a contribution and more contribution to come. We currently will be working with laboratories in Korea, and the results of this research will be immediately made available to everybody, not only in Southeast Asia, but in the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any question? If you guys don't have any questions, thank you, Dr. Kayo, for your presentation. Could you give him for the background approach, please? Thank you so much for your help. And right now we have been listening for a distinguished speaker. And before we are going to the lunchtime, could you give us a little minute to show short presentation from our main sponsor from Perkin Elmer, Thailand? Yeah, so sorry that we didn't hear anything from the presentation. Okay, while you are watching the presentation, I will give you a little bit for the afternoon session. We have two sessions. The second session will be held at the 9th floor, and you can use the same link for the platform meeting that you use in this morning session. And another session would be the Commodity Research Collaboration Memorandum of Understanding will be held at the 11th floor. And for the second session of the afternoon, we'll begin with the Zodiac initiative from Thailand, from Dr. Thamrat Sujit and Dr. Krailung Thonsaranoy. And the third session will begin with Professor Dr. Patrick Henerius, the Dean of Faculty of Science and Engineering from Åbo Academy, University of Finland. And we have a technical problem. We are so sorry about that. And we have another thing that we would like you to help us to improve for the next conference. We have the QR code for evaluation for this conference. Could you please help us to evaluate how we develop or organize this conference to improve for the next conference? And we will show you for our QR code on the screen, and could you download it and do it for us? That will be our appreciate. And after you do the QR code for evaluation, we will provide the lunch at the fifth floor at room number 503. And we will be back again on the 9th and the 11th floor at 1:30 for the afternoon session in the meeting again. Okay. Could you show the QR code for evaluation, please? And this is the lunchtime. We are going to have lunchtime together at the lunch boxes at the room number 5OT at the fifth floor. And please be back again at the 1:30 at the 11th floor or the 9th floor. It depends on your interesting. Thank you so much.สำหรับอาหารนะครับทางคณะเทคนิคการสัตวแพทย์นะครับได้จัดอาหารไว้ที่ชั้น 5 นะครับห้อง 503 นะครับเป็น lunch boxes นะครับก็จะมีทั้งอาหารไทยอาหารจีนด้วยนะครับก็แล้วแต่ท่านประสงค์นะครับแล้วก็จะมีขนมหวานด้วยนะครับก็จะเป็นเมนูสำหรับบัวลอยแล้วก็ทับทิมกรอบนะครับดังนั้นนะครับก็ขอให้ทุกท่านนะครับก็ได้ enjoy สำหรับในช่วงอาหารกลางวันนะครับแล้วก็หากมีท่านก็สามารถ
animal health surveillance in Cambodia. Next one. Yeah, I would like to start with the livestock production in the country, where most like other country in the region, livestock play a dual role in addressing the increased demand of our expanded population for animal products, particularly meat, as well as in achieving the goal of poverty reduction and food security in the countries. So this is the way livestock acting, and it's been contribute significantly to the our national GDP. And this production also a source of saving income for our farmers. As can be seen here about the livestock population, swine and poultry, cattle and buffalo majority are small older productions. While at the moment the swine production only 41% is the backyard producer, where poultry is about 60%. It's a backyard. The reason of the reduction of backyard swine production because, as you may know, 2019 there's an outbreak of African swine fever, and during that time, wiped out almost all the pig backyard pig production in the countries. Next, please. Next is the common livestock disease in the countries. The one that highlight is the recent introduced disease into the country, particularly LSD for cattle and buffalo and African swine fever for swine. Next, please. Yeah, to overcome this challenge in livestock production, our government set up the strategy. This from the royal government strategy to the national development plan, and we have agriculture sector strategic development plan. And this strategic goal is aimed to promote the competitive agricultural growth, quality, safety, and nutrition of the farming, increase efficiency of sustainable management of land, forest, and fishery. Next, please. From this policy, the Ministry of Agriculture has been structured plan with the 5 development program. The program 2 is for to improve the animal health production in the countries. So the plan is aimed to improve the agricultural growth from 3 to 5% annually. So this is the aim. So to achieve this or to provide the output to respond to the our agricultural policy, the General Directorate of Animal Health Production has developed a 10-year strategic plan to overcome this, and with the 8 objective strategy, this including animal production, animal health, legal framework, research and development, human resource development, public-private partnership, information, education, communication, and regional and international cooperation. Thanks. So from this, we divide our food priority into 2. One is the production, and another one is health. For the production, we aim to increase cattle, pig, and poultry production to meet our local demand consumption, to reduce the importation of pigs and poultry. In the past, we import either from Vietnam or Thailand of pigs and poultry, but at the moment, since the end of 2021, we stopped import from either of these countries because we have enough number of pigs and poultry to supply our for our people. And the price we now when that come to the surplus, we also face a challenge with the drop in price of the pigs and chicken, particularly the broiler. So improve efficiency of our livestock production. And for the animal health, we try to protect animal health status by improving quarantine, border control, and risk assessment. And doing so, when we heard any rumor about the emerging disease in a neighboring country, we deploy our staff to station at the border and try to monitor all the movement of animals into the countries. Particular in early 2021, when we heard about some disease, unusual mortality of pigs disease in Thailand, we deploy our staff to manage the movement there, improve control of pets transporting animal disease, monitor the endemic disease situation, and implement extension program to reduce disease with high mortality and morbidity rates. Next, please. So these key activities implemented in Cambodia. So we have live bird market surveillance, animal disease surveillance, including pets and parasitic disease, disease outbreak investigation, transitory animal disease and zoonotic disease diagnosis, drug and chemical residue in animal products, meat quality study, particularly looking for the microbial contamination of the meat selling in the market and producing from the slaughterhouse. We doing the antimicrobial resistant surveillance or monitoring on E. coli, Salmonella, Staphylococcus aureus, Klebsiella pneumonia, and Aeromonas hydrophilia in fish. They recently studied Klebsiella pneumonia because there's a report from the hospital that there's some case in human. So the human health colleagues, they asked us to look for this. That's why we are looking for this. Veterinary drug quality analysis and development, animal feed quality and availability in the countries. Besides this, we also improve our capacity and quality to work on the lab quality management system and lab biosafety, biosecurity. Next, please. This would like to share with you where we are doing our work. With the live bird market surveillance, there's three programs running on in the country at the moment. And it's covered 12 provinces in the country. The one that we are doing with FAO is 8 provinces in the country. FAO, IBC, and NAPRI is conducting for other countries in the south of the Cambodia. We also have a collaboration with under the US CDC program in 3 provinces. But this one is just to complement to the current surveillance because the province that's selected is already taken, but it's already done. But they just add more sites for sample collection for the field. Next, please. We do this slaughterhouse surveillance also in 12 provinces, looking for foot-and-mouth disease, HS, brucellosis, and Q fever in cattle and buffalo, and then for pigs, looking for MD, ASF, CSF, PIS, pig flu, and brucellosis. But due to this the zero prevalence of CSF and PIs cannot be distinguished between natural infection in the vaccination. So we drop these 2 diseases. So we keep only foot-and-mouth disease, pig flu, and brucellosis and ASF. Again. And then we also look for a disease in goats. Although the goat population in the country is very small, but there's an increase of trade of goat meat in the country. So we're also looking for foot-mouth disease, brucellosis, Western ruminant, and acute fever in goats. But the prevalence is very low for brucellosis and PPR, and acute fever. Next, please. At the same time, we do the market surveillance. This across the country, looking for the meat quality assessment, and then we are working on the antimicrobial resistance of this bacteria. We analyze the drug and chemical residue in meat and animal products in the country, and we also monitor the drug and chemical residue in animal feed. This is the new task given to us to looking at this, because it's this feed has been feed to the food of using animal. So we need to check prior to feed to animal. And then we do wildlife disease surveillance with partner for bacteria. We are looking for Klebsiella, Yersinia, Coxiella, Staphylococcus, Leptospirosis, and Bartonella. For virus, we're looking hepatitis, plus myxovirus, Henipavirus, filovirus, coronavirus, astrovirus, pentavirus, and then virus, rhabdovirus, and then also include the ASF and LSD that currently emerged in the country for blood parasite, looking for anaplasma. Next, please. This, besides this, we also rely on the passive surveillance from farmer and police officer to report to us on any case in terms of active surveillance that we are conducted. And all the report case from the field, if it's on time, we try to do all the outbreak investigation to understand the cause and source of the outbreaks. So next, please. At the same time, I also would like to back this back. Yeah. At the same time, I also would like to inform you that at the moment we have this is reporting what we call event-based surveillance system that allow provincial officer use app that allow provincial officer to report to the system, and then with that we check and confirm with the provincial officer about the outbreak. Next, please. Just would like to highlight here the result from our live bird market surveillance that conducted so far. We have a number of subtypes has been identified. These subtypes not yet all because still have gene positive but not yet type. So it's been maybe other subtypes involved in the or circulating in the poultry population in the country. We have H5N1 that from 2004 and 2014 it's involved in clade 2.1. But since 2014 until now, we have a clade 2.3.2.1c. In 2019, we picked up now H5N6 in poultry selling in the market. And last year, we picked up H5N8. We have H7N3, H7N4, H7N6 detected, but there's no H7N9 yet in the country. H9N2 has been a problem in the country because it shows a high prevalence among other subtypes and has been detected throughout the years in 2015 until now. Next, please. We put to make sure our testing program is our quality is in place. We participate in a regional proficiency testing program, including HPNI, NDB, ASFCS, LPRS, FMD, PPR, AMR, and brucellosis. The two AMR and brucellosis, we are working with institution in Thailand. Next, please. So these are our partner and collaborator working. As you can see here, there's a number of partner collaborator working in the animal health sector. And we also have bilateral collaboration with Thailand and Vietnam on these both animal health and animal production activities. Next, please. So zodiac activity in Cambodia. In late 2020, we were invited to nominate the national coordinator laboratory, national laboratory focal person, and been so. And since then, we participate in all the coordination meeting that organized by the IAEA. We received technical support, including the virtual training, the kits, particularly the COVID-19. Our laboratory have the COVID-19 kits, but not yet analyzes the sample because the government doesn't allow us to do the testing yet. We still lab equipment, this including biosafety cabinet, the PCR machine, and other supporting equipment for the PCR. We still lab consumable, and we also participate in PT test for PPR with IAEA as well. So that's all. Can you go next? Okay, this is the last slide that I have. By all the activities that implemented, we also have our existing One Health platform in the countries. So this approach has been widely used in the country to control some potential zoonosis in the country. And there's at the moment there's a number of technical working group has been established. This including zone technical working group. This is a long way because it starts from the interministerial committee and a technical working group. But later on, we realized that not only avian influenza, that is the zoonotic disease. So both Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health signed a MOU together, working on 5 diseases. That's including rabies and flat leptospirosis, brucellosis, and other parasitic zoonosis. So this when we have this MOU, then the working groups been named and renamed to the they call working groups. And then we also have a wildlife health surveillance network working group. That's been that's why our wildlife surveillance technical working group on antimicrobial resistance. This involves 3 ministries: health, agriculture, and wine. We have a multi-sectoral technical working group for food safety, and also task force for food safety. The task force for food safety is considered as the technical advisory group to support the food safety in the country. That's all from me. Thank you.
Some questions?
First of all, thank you very much for the very comprehensive presentation. I have a question on the last slide. Do you participate all this existing One Health platform? How platforms already and use explain that you participate to each of these platforms, but how these several platforms they are profiled, are they being together?
Not yet. We have discussed this in the last meeting in September after COVID. Because in 2020-21, this working group doesn't meet regularly because our human health colleagues, they are busy with the COVID-19, so there's no regular meeting. But due to the need for reviving this technical working group, so the zone technical working group have called all the members to meet together in September to discuss because as you may see, there are 4 existing technical working group at the moment that's implemented in the country. But we would like to, the idea has been, would like to put this technical working group into one umbrella. There's a One Health umbrella that will involve up to the Prime Minister Cabinet. So and it will involve more ministry into this, particularly the Ministry of Economy and Finance, because they're the one who oversee the money. So if we don't involve them, they don't know what they are doing. So this is the important things that yeah, it's really a state what ministry that should be involved and at what level. And but for this, the One Health umbrella will be overseen or supervised by the cabinet of Prime Minister, and then the technical working group will still be in this. Yeah. So these are the discussion, but the decision is still not yet. We decide among ourselves, but how to make this or establish this technical group still because it's up to our ministers.
I have several questions. The first one is Clarisse asked the Ministry of Environment to join this technical working group. Not yet. I think not yet.
The Ministry of Environment at the moment joining us with the antimicrobial resistance. Yeah, so they are all the part of us at the moment. And the wildlife health surveillance networks also involve people from Ministry of Environment because they are one manage the wildlife conservation area in the country. So we yeah. So these are now at least 2 technical working groups that are involved environmental people.
I have another question about the active surveillance that you are doing. So many type of active surveillance market. How do you organize?
Why we do a lot of things. Yes, the activities is thank to the support from USD tribe that support us for the big flu and the wildlife surveillance activities. So and this we work in close collaboration with the big blue one with 4 partners. We have London School, then we have the National University Singapore with Gavin Smith. And we have 2 local institutions. One is mine and another one is the private NGO, livestock development for community livelihood. Let me see. So this one, we do a slaughterhouse surveillance. We are not going to the farm. The reason we don't do it in the farm because of ASF. ASF still haunting us. It's come and go almost all the time, and we dare not to sit any big farm. We are afraid after our visit, and there's something abnormal thing happen. Even though they happened earlier, but then our visit, but we will try to find someone to blame. Yeah. So this is the reason we don't do the farm surveillance. We do a slaughterhouse. And most of the activities, as mentioned here, or markets.
But my question is about the sustainability of this. Because you are working with partners, do you think that can be
Yeah, at the moment we have all those, the budget is small. The budget from the government for the animal health activities for our institution, it's 200,000, including our including the lab supply and others. So we use this money to expand the surveillance activities. Beside the budget for the current activities, we expand to our more provinces. So I think even though we don't have any donor to us, we still be able to do some.
I have a question. Because you collected a lot of data, your own kind of data, genetic. What is your data system when you reporting? Do you have your own data system to manage or after history to the local permit and also to what are some of them?
The outbreak data is report to war, but surveillance data. We own this data, and we have a partner. For example, if the work in collaboration with London School and those, so we use this data for publication. Yeah, with our partner. I think with RBC the same. We also have a work with APQA, Animal Plant Quarantine Agency, and some publications we made with them as well.
I have just a question also, because on the avian flu, Pasteur Institute was very predictive. But no more collaboration with Pasteur Institute.
We still have activity with them. I think in one of my slides, we mentioned that we have IO, our institution, IO, IPC, our institution. We're still doing this, and at the moment we're also looking for expand our collaboration into big influenza as well with every person.
Just
question regarding data surveillance. You said that you don't share your data with the industries.
No, I said we don't share with war. But I have to report to my minister.
Surprise.
Our data?
When you share your data, I guess that are you involved then?
Yeah, it is really. I never think about this. We report if there's any query about this, they will ask us to explain what's going on with the our results. But all the results that we report to them is clearly mentioned what's going on in the field. So they're aware of it. And this is the reason they keep wireless summon. And yes, last 2 weeks, the minister visit our place, and yeah, he raised the same question about sustainability. And it said, yeah, the only things that we don't have enough at the moment is staff and money. We'll consider. And there's a trend at the moment. Consider to have a food fight for the whole district.
Passive surveillance, event-based surveillance. How do people voir le process, tout.
Yes, this good one, and we are not quite sure how this is going to last. But all the report from the field will reach to our place, either from hotline or by funding, or if there's any urgent case, they will call us through the hotline. So this try out to the system, the event-based surveillance system in place. So they used to do this. But at the moment, since we have this platform in place, if there's any suspected case, they will report into the system. Yeah, they will report to the system, and then we have our staff. They are checking this or look after this system. They will get the alert and they check and validate.
So you have some information from the ex-workers and Kaset.
You know, when talking about Kaset, it's another thing. Kaset is a training program. It's not a reporting system. We use Kaset. We use these people to report the decision. And it's also depend on the provincial chief, the chief of animal health production office in the province. If they have enough people to work in the field or have enough trained covered in the field, these people will be used. If they don't have enough, they will rely on other people to report. So yeah, people are very confused about COVID and COVID graduate, because COVID graduate is the person who works for police officer, and it's a government officer. So it's not a system or a rapid response team, something like that. Because if you would like to set something, you need to have a clear structure and mechanism. So don't confuse this training program with the
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will have discussion later at the end. So we go to grab the microphone.
Thank you so much. Session is good or no SBI. So national steps of the research department section. Okay, this is a very quick pleasure from here. Share and they're sharing with all of you, all our experts here. So, okay, this is the outline of the presentation. So it's very short because I just focus on Zoom data. I just take also get on it because I don't think that I have much time talking on surveillance program and so on. So I just focus on Zodiac. Okay, this is the outline introduction. Zodiac kick-off formation, led capacity and capability, and also collaboration with the disease. And maybe I just put severity spot challenges. I think this is most important in other labs too, international. Okay, this is the page or official portal of our Department of Veterinary Services Malaysia under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries. Okay, Department of Vet Services with the vision of a competent veterinary authority serving the animal industry. And the mission is to provide quality veterinary services as an assurance for public health and sustainable livestock industry to ensure in the safety of human beings. Okay, I just put lab capacity and capability. Okay, this is the veterinary diagnostic services in DBS. Starting with National Veterinary Reference Laboratory, Diagnostic Research. We have 4 functions as a research institute, research reference, diagnostic, and also as a training center for our lab staff and also for state DBS. And we have Regional Veterinary Laboratory, RVL. This is under different division. There is Diagnostic Laboratory under division of disease control and veterinary biosecurity. Our national surveillance program is to be done by this all regional veterinary laboratory. We have in Malaysia, we have North Regional, Central Regional, South Regional, East, and we have 2 in East Regional, and also we have Borneo in Sabah State, the government territory, and Sarawak State. Even this Sabah and Sarawak, they still like they have a different authority with Malaysia, with Peninsula, but they still have us as a reference. That's where I mean the national. Maybe have the maps here. Okay, this is the distribution of the labs. You can have the North region there, and Center, South region, East, and East, and also we have both in Sabah and Sarawak. Then it's lab in Kuching, Sarawak, and then it's lab in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. So BRI, the research institute as a national veterinary reference laboratory for Malaysia. Okay, as we know that I realized that everybody agree that most of the vector-borne zoonotic, 70% is coming from vector-borne. Estimated that there are over 2.5 billion cases of human illness and 2.7 million deaths annually due to the top 6 diseases. So I don't want to explain more about this because everybody talk about One Health, talk about emerging and emerging diseases, about zoonotic. So this is as just to get. Okay, next. Okay, I just want to recap our scary incidents last 20 years ago. We have Nipah operates in Peninsula Malaysia. Okay, Malaysia experienced terrifying emerging zoonotic disease in the last 20 years ago. There is Nipah outbreak in late 1999 to 1998 to 1999. The disease spread among some pigs farm in Perak, Malaysia. Perak is where veterinary research institute located. Yeah. Initially announced to be caused by Japanese encephalitis outbreak, which was suspected by respiratory neurological signs and sudden death. All confirmations on Japanese encephalitis was unsuccessful to curb the increasing incidence of the disease. Movement of infected pigs from local index and had caused other things to be affected. The disease affected human and caused fatality. Crippled the swine industry and caused severe economic losses with a total of 1,700 pig farms closing, with 1.1 million pigs being culled. Among people associated with pig farming, 265 cases of viral encephalitis with 105 deaths were recorded. So this is our maybe turning point of starting, because once we have zoonotic disease like then cripple all our human and industry, so as a turning point for us to must collaborate with other agencies as well. Okay. So from I also want to get back about our rabies outbreak, the emerging zoonotic disease. Same. I just want to get our attention that from Nipah and rabies outbreak, so we have to be prepared and always collaborate with other counterparts such as Ministry of Health, Ministry of Natural Resources, Wildlife. So this is like a turning point. Although we already have several collaboration and very good multi-agency collaboration with others before the incident, but when the Nipah and rabies and we start to very close collaboration with other agencies when just keep this one. Next. Okay. As we know that after starting from 2020, maybe before that, any other country already have been experiencing with coronavirus or COVID-19. So we know that after this pandemic COVID-19, so many initiatives initiated by organization, international organization, to ensure that we have full preparation of imaging and re-imaging disease. So, okay, we have participated in zoonotic disease integrated action from Zodiac. We start our kick-off meeting on Zodiac with our counterparts starting from 4 May 2021 virtually. This is initiated by our agency nuclear in Malaysia, which is together with IAEA, Vienna. So the counterparts consist of PBS labs, which is our lab, VRI, and together with regional labs. We have Ministry of Health labs, it's a National Public Health Laboratory, also Institute of Medical Research for Ministry of Health, and we have Ministry of National Resources, that is from a wildlife department. Okay, this is I just want to share the support and collaboration when we receive under wetland networking and Zodiac from IEA. We have what we received from the COVID-19 in 2020 method development for COVID-19 testing in pet animals and livestock, early 2020. Provision of equipments, consumables and reagents, PPE under VetLab IEA. Together we have discussion with and training with our counterparts in Ministry of Health, to establish the method for COVID-19. And we also have RS 5085 project under nuclear derived techniques in early and rapid detection of priority animal and zoonotic diseases. We focus on Adrian. This is under regional program under the vet lab also under the IA. The supports consists of consumables and reagent. And we have also during our end of 2021, we have outbreaks of lung-wasting disease. So we also have got assistance from IEA in test method and reagent during lung-wasting disease, which is consists of control, DNA, primers and probes, and also provision consumers reagent under the vet lab network. Okay, next. For the next, we have a TCP, Technical Cooperation Progress, still under IEA, title of ML 5034, the strengthening national capacity and capability in nuclear and molecular techniques in detection of zoonotic and economic impact diseases is a public health significant and medical related activities. The period of 2022 to 2022, so 2 years, which make parts PRI or DPS, Patient Nuclear Agency under the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, and National Public Health Laboratory under the Ministry of Health. And yes, we have a National Zodiac Focal Point for the Zodiac. Me as a National Focal Point, I'm so where our veterinary related is CPRI, Zodiac National Laboratory. So this is the period for 2021 to 2025. Consists of still again BRI on DPS, Malaysia Nuclear Agency under MOSTI, and the Ministry of Science and Technology Innovation, National Public Health Laboratory under Ministry of Health, and another one Institute of Medical Research under Ministry of Health, two from Ministry of Health. And the other one is Wildlife Department under Ministry of Natural Resources. So this is our counterparts. At the moment, we have Malaysian one head university networking, but for the Zodiac, it's only consists of government agency, not with university yet. But maybe we can discuss later about the participation of one head from the university, because we have another session of collaboration with my open or Malaysian one head university networking. Next. Okay, we also starting from 2020 when we got the assistance from the IEA, also start testing for animal and products, testing for COVID-19. There's a sample of clusters, animal product, swab and blood, 64. In 2020, until now, yeah, it's still a negative because the samples coming from like some of the pet owners, they got positive and they worried whether their pets, their dogs or their cats affected too, either they got from dog or from the other person. So they sent to us, they sent to DBS labs to test whether they have the dogs already negative or they didn't have any COVID-19 from the dogs or from them. So this we still testing for the COVID-19 molecular, and the test sharing and the control post we sharing from the Ministry of Health, because they're the one do the testing for the human and we do the testing for the animal side. Okay, next. And for the other one is monkeypox virus. It's the enveloped double-strand DNA virus. I think you know about this. There are two distinct genetic clades of the MPBX, the Central African Congo Basin clade and the West African clade. Several animal species have been identified as being susceptible to the monkeypox. These include squirrel, tree squirrel, Indian posh rats, the mice, national primates, and other species. The natural reservoir of monkeypox has not yet been identified, but the rodents are the most likely. So we also have very good discussion collaboration with our counterparts, Ministry of Health, to have the methods, the testing, and to share the testing methods. So we use same reference with this protocol and optimize using our current reagent using VRI. Share. This is our testing of monkeypox virus in the labs. This is the primer and probes. The synthetic positive control sequence is established by MOH, which is the National Public Health Laboratory in Singapore. So we share the synthetic positive control sequence and we outsource to get the synthetic positive control. Because so far we don't have any positivities for monkeypox infection. Okay, this is the sample testing in VRI. So we have Department of Life and National Parks of Conservation sent to us the heart, liver, lung, kidney, spleen testing. This is from Macaca personalis from wildlife site, and altogether is 359 and tested negative so far. Next. Okay, there is a need to improve the capacity and functionality of diagnostic laboratories to be able to detect new pathogens rapidly so that the relevant agencies can act quickly to handle epidemic losses and save lives. We have to improve our diagnostic capability, such as new test method implement, have to develop or establish rapid test method, and we also have to see the lab personnel competency. Either they know their function well, or they competent or not. So this is most important thing. And also we have to improve our laboratory capability to increase lab capacity methods, and of course to have the accreditation like ISO or PT to meet the international standards. Next. Okay, should have this, but some of these high-end equipment we don't have. We have biosafety containment for zoonotic diseases. We have biosafety laboratory. Okay, in both in VRI. We have the network influenza obsolete already, but we're going to need to upgrade our modular lab. We have mice outside for animal trial. That one important for us because we would like to establish our COVID-19 vaccines for population purpose. So this is also joined together with our Ministry of Health, together with Ministry of Science and Technology Innovation. So I just put it as for reference labs it should be, and for preparedness should be like this, but not all high-end equipment we have, because they got several challenges. I explain the next slide. Okay, as you know, this is the challenges like expertise, lack of manpower. Sometimes when we have retired skilled person, so we don't have any more that person already. Lack of high-end equipment, lack of education and fundings, force major or force one we don't want, like just now, right? COVID-19, and also like climate change, the flood, everything. So it's also affect our diagnostic capability or lack. And also change of government. We just had our general election last 19, so I think everybody know about our situation in Malaysia. So this is also one of the challenges we face. New government, new budgeting, new policy. So I don't want to explain more about this. I think every country experience this, but this is almost affect the policy or the budgeting or what we want to go forward. Next. Okay, still a gaps, lack of laboratory diagnostic capacity in wildlife department, because like wildlife they don't have full like molecular machine or so everything they will send to us as a DBS as a national reference. So but we still have data, otherwise we cannot go about, because we also concentrate our national surveillance program for Malaysia. We have another 15 or 16 disease have to cater to see our disease status in Malaysia. Mechanism for sharing of isolated biological materials are established, like of centralized disease reporting. This is like, we still have the disease reporting system, but it's maybe not too very good. Okay. Then limited fund and budget, as I mentioned earlier about the challenges, limited human resources and expertise, limited knowledge and technology to diagnose novel pathogens, conflicting views about disease control, methods of various agencies. Then stress, however, we still have strained multiple experience from past disease outbreak, as I mentioned earlier about our Nipah and rabies outbreak. National simulation training performed annually, one approach gaining strength and familiarity for managing zoonotic diseases and trade expertise. Okay. Okay, I just want to capture one of speaker from the symposium last year. Laboratories are key at each point of intervention in zoonotic epidemic. Innovation and investment are required in the development of rapid, accurate, and cost-effective diagnostic platform that will improve availability, especially during epidemics. Necessary to find how this can be utilized more readily for other diseases and be included in preparedness plan for zoonotic diseases. Okay. So, okay, I think this is all. I have to acknowledge my DG, DBS, very last minute permission for me to come here to Bangkok to attend this one health seminar. And okay, that's all. Thank you so much.
I have a question because actually it was very important to see these collaboration in terms of plant capacity between the different public health, animal health, even wildlife health. But I have a question concerning the emergence of the canine coronavirus, because you reported Malaysia 2 years ago, a new emerging coronavirus, but from dog. You still have a problem, or?
That one done by university, not by us, university, but even during the COVID-19 pandemic, they also done by researchers in university, and they present to us about the finding. Yes, but it seems like more on contamination, not from the animal side, because we did for the molecular incidents, we see the net background, so it seems like more on contamination, not the real from the animal itself transformation. We realize that, but not from our department findings from this.
Question for the wildlife department. They have also their own laboratory capacity for not doing everything for them.
Actually, they have a laboratory, but it's very simple, and they just do for the simple research and parasite, if I'm not mistaken, just maybe parasite labs, but all other diseases like economic or zoonotic disease, especially for wildlife, elephant, tiger, so they have to send to us in national lab for animal. They don't have that. That's why for the monkeypox, they don't have very good facilities to establish the capacity for the monkeypox, so they send to us, but we get our assistance from the Ministry of Health. That's maintenance.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have
capacity and lab capability. We have our organization, FAO, ASEAN. So this is the organization that just put together for us to strengthen our lab capacity. But this organization, they are not spend equipment, they just provide the training. But for, when I start meeting and I start as a focal point for the vet lab, for the IA on 2009, so we get some assistance like equipment, reagents, consumable. And when the Zodiac start settled on 2020 above, and then we start kick off in 2021. So we get more assistance, including consumables, equipment, and so on. After the Zodiac and the IAEA vet lab networking, so we get more assistance, consists of equipment, reagent, consumable. But before that, before the Zodiac, before the pandemic, we still have support from other organizations like FAO, ASEAN for the training. That's method too, because like in IA, they have many experts, especially like for the lucky spin disease, for the African swine fever. So we can share, we can ask their opinions, their expert opinion regarding on test method, regarding on troubleshooting the disease test method. So they help us a lot. Sorry? Yes. Attending twice, 2019, and last August for the vet lab networking. So during that platform, I have many sharing knowledge and experience from other countries and from the experts. So this is a very good platform, and so that is just complement with this relationship. Yes, altogether. Because some of the war art experts also attend with the IEA, and also they attend with the so we know the boundaries, their boundaries, and they know what they can support us, like in Asian countries, what they support us, and like the working ASEAN in Africa, what support. And it's good for us. We welcome any assistance from the organization, because this is meant to save human life and the industry and the food security as well.
I have a question actually for Prezod. Is Prezod interesting to Malaysia? It was a provocative question.
This is my first time heard about this resort. So you can check the website. Even if you don't sign, you can subscribe to news and but I just got some picture about the resort just now. It's not much different with the Zodiac, but still maybe different of assistance or guidance of kinds of approach. But it's good. Maybe, but I have to put that back to our top management to teach this different from Zodiac. Yes, so I knew it's
cannot explain, for example, to organize training. Out about some action to prevent it. So it's something that we are. So it's my aim. I am about to mention techniques of nuclear fiction.
Seems like very straightforward nuclear. It's a nuclear derived like molecular, because we got the participation from NEC Nuclear in Malaysia. So they are the one who have all the nuclear based technology, and we just collaborate each other, like such as if you want to develop a vaccine for animal. So before this, we just use chemical formaldehyde for inactivation of VI, but they have gamma irradiation. So you can collaborate to use the gamma irradiation to inactivate the pathogen virus, so that we can make it in vaccine. So that's the
So a question regarding the data and the data management, because as I understood, it's a little complicated, but in Malaysia, so you have these quite different states, and how you can have centralized information or for the reporting, the management of data, epidemiology and surveillance.
Okay, I think I didn't mention about the surveillance programs here because they're by other section, or by security, but they have data management for all our surveillance program, our basic diagnostic. So they are the one who in charge from the State Department to the headquarters, and they are the one who report for the WAHIS, for the everything. Based by the organization. And then for the labs, everybody like in BRI, we have another 5 labs, regional labs. So we collaborate each other. We using one system, my bed lab. So this system will go straight to the headquarters, and they can, it's a real time, they can just see what happened in this day and why the paper is rise. They can manage by themselves.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because the sound on this end, I'm Nora from the IAEA. The sound on this end is not very smooth, not very clear. So I'm only hearing every second or third word. But I wanted, am I correct in my understanding, there was a question about what is the nuclear component of how nuclear is involved in addressing the challenge? Is this correct?
Yes.
Yes. So as our dear counterpart from Malaysia explained, that there has been a long-standing history actually in this area. And what is nuclear is the fact that RT-PCR actually used to be a nuclear technique. We used to use radioactive markers. And what many people don't know is that over the years, because RT-PCR was first developed in the 1980s, over the years, we actually have Animal Production and Health Laboratory. That is a joint FAO-IAEA lab that is in Cybersdorf. Cybersdorf is just outside of Vienna. It's 45 minutes, where we have unique laboratories. They are the only laboratories in the UN system, and they are done jointly, 5 of them, with the FAO. And there at this lab, we have over the years, over the decades, refined this RT-PCR technique to become no longer using radioactive marker, but fluorescent markers. And this is the reason why we refer to this technique as nuclear derived and nuclear related, because our organization and our experts actually have the expertise in the use of this technology and have been the ones who actually developed and refined it.
So sorry, Andrea, we didn't hear very well. We don't have also on our way good transmission. Sorry.
No problem. Anyway, I basically, it's nuclear derived. We have labs. These labs have actually made it go from radioactive to fluorescent, and they've been instrumental in the development of it, in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so maybe we can go to the next. Thank you very much. Very interesting, very interesting.
Pleasant afternoon to everyone. I chose to just sit here to make sure that I will present my talk very quickly because there will be 12 of us from the Philippines. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of this activity for giving us the chance. This is our first Zodiac activity, actually, apart from the virtual ones. So we are very happy hearing from the others that they have already progressed a lot. And we look forward that we will be progressing in accelerated rate. So, okay, just for those who have not been to the Philippines, our country is made up of several thousand islands, and only 25% are inhabited. So it's you see that very famous islands in the Philippines, Boracay and El Nido. You're welcome to visit that place, and we are known for being hospitable. We welcome and accommodate everyone, including typhoons. 20 typhoons per year, more than 8 earthquakes per day, and we have 23 active volcanoes. So that is what we accommodate, entertain. And there are 130 million Filipinos, and all over the world we rank 13. And we contribute 1.41% of this world's population, and the density, we have 368 people per square kilometer. And our median age is 20, almost 26, and our life expectancy is not as long as the others in the Western world. We are only 71. So I'm like 20 years, less than 20 years before I reach that age. So we seem to sustain the numbers because you see our fertility rate, we rank 3rd among Southeast Asian countries. And by the time I finish this talk, after a minute, there are 3 children that are born. So that's how we repopulate and populate the country. So about the industry, Our total land area is about 30 million, but only 30% of that is for agriculture. So about 50% is for crops. Then we have for livestock, poultry, and fisheries, it's like 45%. And the total value production for that is about 522 billion pesos. And the challenges for the animal industry is, of course, just like our Southeast Asian counterparts, are the disease outbreaks and the recurrence of these diseases. And it is very difficult to implement biosecurity and border control programs. Just for avian flu alone, when we had that in 2017, we still have that until now. And we have reported three strains of this influenza virus. Now, just to share the experience that we had when we had the avian flu presented the first time, we had the suspect of this infection, first with unusual mortalities. And then after couple of months, we were able to confirm that it was avian flu. And you see the lapse of time between April and August, we sustained a lot of mortalities. And because we have to send it to Australia for us for the strain to be confirmed that it was not the dreaded strain that could infect humans in wider proportion. So it was only months later that it was declared as an outbreak. But we have lost a lot of the bird population already. And of course, we know that COVID-19 in our lifetime is really scary. In our highest peak on a daily basis, we reach more than 30,000. So if you ask me, are we ready for the next pandemic? We are. This is the inventory of the livestock population in the country in millions, and we have 130 million Filipinos. But if we look at the situation of our health system in the country, we have insufficient health workers. So if there will be future pandemic, and actually this figure that I'm showing is before the pandemic. So we will have like for every 10,000 Filipinos, we only have less than 4 doctors, less than 9 nurses, 4 midwives, and medical technologists. So, and if you look at the healthcare facilities, we only have this number of, in the government side, it's even less compared to the private hospitals. And the average in 2008, but I don't think it's not very different from now, is we have 1 bed for every 1,000 persons. You can imagine how many people will share the same bed. So that is the situation in our health system. And actually, my partner, Dr. Jen, will be the one presenting the, she's the head of the unit, which is of the virology unit of the National Reference Laboratory. Actually, I am a professor in veterinary extension, but just a few months ago, I was detailed in the Center for Cross-Boundary Animal Diseases as a director. It's a new facility, which is jointly operated with the National Reference Laboratory. So she will be talking about this lengthily after my talk. So what are the initiatives? So I'm speaking here of what has been done by the research agencies and institutions, academic institutions. Like I have collected this information from them, and most of them have worked on leptospira, looking at diagnostic techniques, prevalence studies, and also with cryptosporidium in buffaloes. Some studies of Trypanosoma infansi and Schistosoma, which is preparing for vaccine development. But for AMR, those 3 for leptospira, cryptosporidium, and Trypanosoma, that has been covered. So for pigs, probably you have heard about Ebola Restore in 2014 when I had that, and there has been no, after the zero prevalence studies that came after, I'm not sure if there is one going on right now, because these studies that I'm presenting came from the funds from the research funding agencies externally and internally, and some in partnership with the animal industry. And then we have studies. This is also funded studies, Streptococcus suis. And then we have ongoing surveillance studies in partnership with the Bureau of Animal Industry for ASF, CSF. And for poultry, so we have the academic, a lot of studies on salmonella from in the market or collected from eggs or from chicken meat. And then also with Campylobacter. And for avian influenza, we have type A, H5, and 6 ongoing studies. After that outbreak, we had some studies on predictive models, risk assessment for avian flu. And then for influenza type A, H5, there were some initiatives to collect samples from the environment. And we had the case of the Nipah virus in I think that was 2013, I think that was the maybe the most recent one I think is 2013-14, and the rest one is 2008, 2009, I think. So this was in the southern part of the Philippines, and there were the horses that got infected died, and also the humans that got exposed to these horses also died. So now we don't have any more research work on this, or some maybe surveillance on the area. So these are the things that we can look at, because we don't know if it's still there. And then we also have prevalence studies on toxoplasma in cats, and continuous surveillance for rabies, and development of new diagnostic techniques for rabies. And other ongoing researches. This is what I mentioned, the influenza type AH5, they collected it from the water and from the, this is a local clam. And then also studies on parasites like lung flukes collected from crabs. And this work that I participated in collected samples from snails and rats for androstenedione. And then there is one center who's working on research that is focused on zoonosis. Actually, it's a program. They look at zoonotic helminths, and they're doing biosurveillance and risk factor determination of Ebola, lepto, and other zoonotic pathogens. This is on the southern part of Luzon. And then also they are doing advanced parasitic arthropod data as early warning system for control and prevention of rickettsial diseases and other neglected arthropod transmitted diseases in humans. And then it's also interesting, they have design and bioactivity screening of potential anti-reverse zoonotic tubercular compounds. This information was just shared to me, but I cannot really elaborate this, because these are still ongoing researches. And then TB and highly pathogenic avian influenza. So there are some capacity enhancement efforts that have been done. As you know, we also had the problems with ASF. These are the affected areas of ASF, and we still have it until now. And for avian flu, we were also struck with avian flu. We are still facing the same problem until now. And the impact of these diseases is on the socioeconomic condition of the country is also crippling the economy. And maybe Jen can also share the improved capacity for disease diagnosis in several regions of the country to address these concerns. And then there's also one institution that focused on they have a program for zoonotic diseases. And this is the one where I sit as the director. This is a new facility, laboratory facility. We are focusing on transboundary animal diseases, including zoonotic diseases. This has just been recently inaugurated. And we are in partnership with Philippine One Health University Network. We also have an ongoing collaboration with USDA Foreign Animal Disease Diagnostic Laboratory, where we are working on Japanese encephalitis, ASF, and classical swine fever. And of course, Zodiac, which, as I mentioned, we have not really fully utilized. And right now, what we have done so far for Zodiac activities is to have participated in the virtual meetings. And we also participated in the virtual training and lab techniques. But of course, we would appreciate it to be a hands-on training. And the strategic plan, we have a liaison officer in our Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. And these are the things that we plan to do. This is the roadmap. Now, we had a communication with Zodiac through our coordinator in the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. And we want to seek audience with them to guide us in our roadmap. But he has not received any response yet. So right now, this is our plan from our level, and hopefully by 2023 we can progress more quickly with the things that we plan to do. We are inspired with the talks that we heard this morning, and they want to do a lot. Okay, so Dr. Jan here will continue the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Jennifer Alvarez from EDDRL, Bureau of Animal Industry. So basically, I'll just before I start, I would like to say thank you to the organizers for inviting us as speakers, especially for the Zodiac initiatives from the Philippines. So mainly, I'll be discussing about the animal disease diagnosis and its mandates, the functions, and also the capabilities of our laboratory. So to start with, EDDRL is, Bureau of Animal Industry is an attached agency of the Department of Agriculture that mainly promotes the development of the livestock industry. Its main mandate is to investigate, diagnose, and report cases of communicable and even emerging exotic diseases, both affecting the livestock and the cold chain. So for the organizational structure of the Bureau of Animal Industry, so basically there are 5 divisions. And yeah, it's encircled here, the Veterinary Laboratory Division, which is I'm part of. So for the VLD, or Veterinary Laboratory Division, we have two types of laboratories, the production and the analytic laboratories. So here is the EDDRL. And under EDDRL, we have 5 units, mainly the LIDU, or the Laboratory Disease Disease Investigation and Evaluation Unit. We also have the pathology, the parasitology, the bacteriology, mycology laboratory, and lastly, the virology. Virology is considered to be the largest unit in this section, which is comprised of 5 laboratories, namely the avian influenza lab, the general virology lab, the FMD lab, molecular lab, and lastly the rabies laboratory. So, Bali Litoral is considered to be the national reference laboratory of the Department of Agriculture. So, it is a BSL-2 facility with some enhanced BSL-3 practices and features. It also acts as technical lead for the 15 regional animal disease diagnostic laboratories, the whole country. So for the map, so we have here the map of the Philippines. So we have here the 15 radals. So we call them radals. So they are strategically located. So for each region, there is the counterpart of the central laboratory. So our laboratory is located in the capital of the Philippines, which is in Metro Manila, basically. So the main functions of our laboratory is, of course, it provides diagnostic and technical support in terms of disease outbreak investigation. So with what happened recently with AI and ASF outbreaks, as well as we perform monitoring and surveillance. And then we also provide support for quarantine services and accreditation for swine breeder farms. Aside from that, we also provide technical assistance and also training. So the previously mentioned radals, the 15 radals that we have, we also provide accreditation both for the government and private animal disease diagnostic laboratories. We also have a role in supporting the registration of diagnostic kits being used for animal disease diagnosis. So mainly, we provide panels and perform kit validation in the laboratory. Aside from that, we also have research collaborations, both local and international, with international institutions. So for the capacities of our laboratory, so I've divided it into three. So virological, serological, and molecular. For the molecular, we perform real-time PCR, conventional PCR, as well as insulated isothermal PCR and convective PCR, mainly for the last two PCR platforms are used in ASF diagnosis. Whereas for the serological testing, we do ELISA, AGID, Western blotting, DFAT, mainly for screening tests. And then for virus isolation, we do this for detection of avian diseases, specifically for Newcastle disease and avian influenza. And in the pipeline, we're on the stage of having capacity building, mainly for establishing the genome or gene sequencing in the laboratory, as well as establishing the virus isolation, mainly using cell culture or tissue culture. So for the capability of the laboratory in avian influenza disease diagnosis, so our central lab is capable of performing these tests. So for screening, we perform the ELISA, AGHI, AGID, while for real-time PCR, we have this, so mainly screening for the influenza type A virus, and then performing subtyping from H5, H7, H9 down to subtyping of N protein from N1, N6 down to N9. Then virus isolation using embryonated eggs. Unfortunately, our laboratory has no capacity to perform cell culture. That's why that's our labor to for some funding for us to establish our own BSL-3 laboratory. For at the moment, we only have the BSL-2 facility. So for the radals, they also have the capacity. So 6 radals can perform serological testings as well as performing real-time PCR only at the level of detection for type A viruses. So for the confirmatory, like doing subtyping, they cannot perform those tests. So for these four radals, they can also perform the ELISA testing. So for the map, so we have here the some of the laboratories that can perform avian influenza. So the role of radals play a big role in the faster diagnosis of avian influenza, because they are strategically located, so faster turnout of the results would be possible. For the ASF testing, so currently, as what Dr. Venturina mentioned earlier, we are faced with challenges, especially there are new cases being reported for ASF outbreaks. So for the algorithm for the testing, we have the capacity for performing PCR, ELISA. However, for the sequencing, since we don't have the capacity, what we do is we send the samples to OIE reference laboratories. In the case of ASF, we have collaboration with the Peer-Bright Institute. So they are the ones who confirm through virus isolation our samples. So it was genotype 2 in that matter. So for the AI, we have collaboration with the ACTP, or the Australian Center for Disease Preparedness. So they are the ones confirming our results. So for the disease status, so currently Philippines is free from African horse sickness as of May 2016, and then for PPR, so the Pestidicaty ruminant, we're free from that disease. And to add to that, we are also disease free without vaccination, as recognized by the OIT for FMD and also for Rinder. So for the list of notifiable diseases in our laboratory capacity, so for multi-species, so we test this for these pathogens, and then those highlighted in red ones are the active surveillance that the Philippines is conducting, while for the violet ones that are highlighted, mainly these are the zoonotic diseases that is being tested in the laboratory. So for the purpose of testing, as what I've mentioned earlier, so we perform testing for surveillance, monitoring, as well as diagnostic. And as a support to the quarantine services, so we require that before animals are being shipped, so they should be negative from certain diseases like AI, ND, PRS, ASF, and also PRP. As well as for importation. So we require several certificates and testing for this batch of animals to be imported in the Philippines. So we also test for avian diseases. So we have Newcastle, Salmonellosis, IBD, IP, and ILP. Well, for the swine, so mainly, as you can observe, these are the differential diagnosis for ESF. So we also have the capacity to do differential diagnosis testing for these diseases. So for swine influenza, there is also an active surveillance for classical swine fever, especially in Mindanao. Yeah, and for CBPP, we're also doing surveillance. For cattle, lumpy skin disease, so mainly surveillance, and for bovine tuberculosis, we do testing. And as I mentioned earlier, since Philippines is still free from PPR, so we're conducting active surveillance for this disease, as well as for the sheeppox and the goat pox. For the equine, so yeah, we also do testing for African horse sickness, since Philippines is still free, EIA, and also SURA. For rabbit, yeah, we do testing mainly for importation. So we want to implement a strict border control. That's why we require testing for animals to be imported. And also for the bees, so we have this capacity to test for American foulbrood and the European foulbrood. So for research initiatives of the laboratory, so for the zoonotic diseases, we have collaborations with Jilin University, China. So with this study, so entitled Phylogenetic Analysis of AI virus and the ND virus isolated in the Philippines and China. So this is headed by the project leader is Dr. Edna Felipe, who is also the head of the avian influenza laboratory. And rabies as one of the zoonotic diseases. So there's also our research collaboration with OIA reference lab in China. So they have this a study on the epidemiology, evolutionary dynamics, and phylogenetics of rabies virus in the Philippines. So it is being led by, of course, the head of the rabies laboratory. Aside from that, we also have a local collaboration with the with the UP Manila or University of the Philippines Manila, and it is being funded by the Department of Science Technology with this research on the novel approaches and African swine fever diagnostics, genomics, and proteomics. So our laboratory is part of this program, which is mainly very involved in the two projects. For the first one, the objective mainly is to isolate and characterize the ASF virus and other swine related viruses circulating in the Philippines through virus culture adaptations. So it is a 2-year project. Well, for the next project, so mainly we would like to know the circulating strains of ASF in the Philippines. So it was identified that it was genotype 2. We would want to know if there's mutation going on because I think, ASF started 2019, so it's been years since then. So we would want to check if there are mutations going on. So with this platform, we're using the nanopore sequencing with this part of the project. So it's a 3-year collaboration with this academic institution. So for the other collaborative projects, so actually the AI laboratory has collaboration with IAPA with this project entitled Using Nuclear-Derived Techniques in the Early and Rapid Detection of Priority Animal Zoonotic Diseases, mainly focusing on influenza. So it started 2020 up to the 2023. And also we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have collaborative projects with the Bright Institute, which is known to be one of the OIE reference laboratories for ASF and other non-vesicular diseases. So the main goal of this project is to build capacity for ASF diagnostics, especially in the Philippines. So not only focusing on the central lab, but mainly capacitating our regional labs as well. So one of the goals would be working towards implementation of ISO 17025, because currently BAI is ISO 9001 accredited. However, we are on the process of for application for accreditation on 17025. So part of the project also is experts from the PureBite would visit our country to share their expertise on diagnostic techniques, also in terms of biosafety, quality management, and safe handling of the ASF virus. And also to establish and publish research papers, mainly on the characterization of our ASF isolates. And of course, ultimately analyze this and understand what's the current genotype present in the Philippines. So here's this is a picture of our collaborator. So Dr. Carrie Batten from OIE reference lab, and it was only last October when we had our 2-week training in the PureBright for the molecular and virological diagnostic method. So one of the goal of this project would be the initiation of recognition of the laboratory to become an OIE reference laboratory for ASF diagnosis in Southeast Asia. So it's a pressure really on our side, but yeah, we're trying to we're keeping up this objective. Aside from that, so it was also mentioned by Dr. Veterinary. So I'm a Zodiac national focal person. So we have Dr. Buster Aljacaris from the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, who is the national coordinator from the Philippines, and us as the national laboratory focal person. So for the networking, so I've mentioned earlier, for the PureBright, and also we're part of the Southeast Asia and China FMD laboratory network. And our laboratory also participates in the South Asia and Southeast Asia proficiency testing scheme by the ACTP. So this would include avian and swine diseases. And for the external training providers, so we have MOA, the FAO, the SOJAC, the Pyramid Institute, the ACTP, and also the USD. So yeah, for the ways forward, I forgot the slide. Mainly for the gaps and challenges, the usual was lack of funding, financial support, yeah, and also the capacity or the expertise on establishing the gene sequencing and the virus isolation. So because we deem that as a reference laboratory, it's a must that we have this kind of facility. So that's what we're trying to haggle with the Department of Agriculture at the moment. And we have actually with USD now, we have this collaboration. They're trying to build a laboratory, a satellite laboratory in the UPLP. However, it's only SL2 facility. So still the search for funding to have our BSL things. So for the ways forward, establishment of other diagnostic tests. There are many emerging diseases the possibilities of entering the country. So we need to capacitate our laboratory, to do the testing. And also number 2, of course, to strengthen international and regional collaborative network for capacity building, mainly for animal disease diagnosis and research. Unfortunately, in the Bureau of Animal Industry, we have a research division. However, they are mainly focusing on the animal production side. So on the animal research, we rely heavily on the academe, to do that, to fill the gap on the researchers. So that's what we're really lacking at the moment. So yeah. And then number 3 would be the participation of regional proficiency testing for other diseases. Same with Malaysia. So we are lucky enough to be recipients of the free PT program of the ACTP. So we're looking forward for we're looking forward that other tests can also be provided as part of the PT program of the budget. So by that time, we can increase our capacity or our competency in doing disease diagnosis. I think that would be.
Very interesting and very exploring thoughts and lot of things that lots of challenges also. We'd like to have a question. So you have some collaboration so with the wildlife all of these. They have their own capacity. Because even African swine fever, because for the wild,
Yes.
so there are some endemic species. So I know that the conservation are a little afraid that Philippines will lose the endemic species of wild pigs.
There is a limited documentation on infection based activity, but mainly on the domestic
So there are reported cases, but
regarding, because Nipah, when you have the outbreak of Nipah in 2014, you continue the surveillance on Nipah virus, you have some problem or?
sorry, we do not have the surveillance for but I think budget because currently actually we're not the Department of Secretaries so compared to the previous years now we have the yeah but the problem with that is that the main focus is that is for other diseases
Same question in terms of the data management, or sharing data, reporting, you have some regulation, you have some support.
and we actually the animal health and welfare professional who is involved in the educational treatment. They're the ones they are the one who this is reporting after LGUs, and the LGU, central office if there are cases.
Especially during the time of worry there. That information. Also,
So maybe we can have a break. After 10 minutes or 30 minutes. It's always my joke. I put always on 20 seconds back.
ใส่อันไหนคะเนี่ยงงต้องถอดออกก่อนอันนี้ไม่รู้อะไรเหมือนกันแต่พอจะใช้ได้เต็มที่เลยค่ะเราไม่มีอะไรเขียนเลยอาจจะเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นของงานสอบจะเป็น ค่ะ
So, we can go to you. Okay, so you double it 20. Okay, oh, yes, on there.
Okay.
So we will start. So we starting the last presentation. Very long.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's very afternoon. Okay. My name is Kairung Hansatnoy or Dr. Jan from National Institute of Animal Health. Today I will present about the hernia initiative, Thailand. So first, I need to introduce our animal health laboratory network in Thailand. For Department of Livestock Development, we have the regional laboratory around Thailand. So for the central lab in Kasetsart University is a National Institute of Animal Health, which I work for. And we also have the 8 regional labs around Thailand, from north to the south of Thailand. And we also have the regional reference lab for FMD and OIE reference lab for brucellosis in Bangkok. For the laboratory manpower of NIAH and Veterinary Regional Disease Center, we have the government officer for we also have the government officer that we have the director, the veterinary officer, para-veterinary, the general administration officer, and the general service officer. For the level that we have the expert level veterinarian, for medical scientist, and the technician. For the government employee, 49.5% is the government employee and 28.2% is the government officer. Our organization. And 2% is a permanent employee and 20.2% is a contract employee. For our mission, the first one is the animal disease diagnostic service, which including breeding production for detection and prevention of the disease. And we also have the mission of a laboratory network that develop epidemiological method and laboratory network in national and international level.
And we also have the mission for the laboratory quality assurance, which develop the laboratory quality assurance system for diagnostic services and have a reference laboratory for animal disease diagnosis. We also consultant and technology transfer by provide the consultancy, technology transfer and advice for animal disease, zoonotic disease, and exotic diseases. The last one of our mission is study and research for conduct studies and research on the economically important diseases regarding animal health issues. For the collaboration with national and international organizations, have many collaboration with reference lab like Institute of Italy in Italy for PT and for PT laboratory for AI and ND. Every year we will have participate the PT for AI and ND with Italy. And also we have many collaboration with IAEA, CDC, FAO, and also in Japan, in Korea, and also in Australia with ACDP. For national level, we also have the laboratory network with the government lab, like the government lab for another the department of minister, like the Ministry of the Public Health for COVID proficiency test every year, the PT every year. For university lab, like Mahidol University and Chulalongkorn University for interlaboratory comparison for AI and ND. Also for African swine fever, we can host it there. Maybe in LSD also. In the private lab, we are the PT provider for ET testing for AI and ND. Yeah, for the private lab. In the poultry industry. And for VIDC is our government office. Yes, we also have interlaboratory comparison every year and solution of AI and ND. Yeah, for them. But as I say, this domestic collaboration with the university for faculty of veterinary science, and we also have the collaboration with Department of National Park, Wildlife and Land Conservation of Thailand, and also for Ministry of Public Health, about the Department of the Medical Science and Department of Disease Control for zoonotic disease. Priority regarding to zoonotic diseases of Thailand, we also have the level for the zoonotic disease in Thailand. For the first priority, zoonotic is avian influenza, and for the second is a coronavirus infection like COVID-19, MERS-CoV, and SARS. The third is Nipah virus, rabies, Ebola, and for the activities on surveillance and laboratory testing for priority zoonotic disease in Thailand, we have the annually national program of active and passive surveillance in poultry and vipers for AI for avian influenza in collaboration with the Department of Livestock Development and Department of National Parks, Wildlife and Land Conservation. Also have a surveillance program for Nipah virus in domestic animal, right, which are living in the high-risk geographic location with the wildlife reservoirs like that. And the last one is surveillance and epidemiology investigation of the rabies virus in stray dog and cat and bat. in collaboration with DNP or Department of National Park Wildlife and Conservations. Furthermore, we developing the molecular diagnosis technique for monkeypox virus, which we also detect in imported and exported pets for dog and cats, according to the requirement of the destination country. And we also do surveillance in domestic non-human trafficking. For the activity on surveillance and laboratory testing for COVID-19 project that we also participate with IA in, they provide us procurement or reference reagents and consumable material and equipment like the PCR machine, the real-time PCR machine, reagent for detect COVID-19. Also, they also provide us training on detection, and they also training our staff, and we training for trainer, training on detection of the COVID-19 in the livestock product by real-time RT-PCR for the staff of Bureau of Quality Control of Livestock Product here in Thailand, and we also monitoring the coronavirus of COVID-19 in exported livestock products. For the other project, that the activity of the project TCRS 5085, for the name of the project is the early and productive detection of priority animal and zoonotic disease with focus on avian influenza of IAEA. The project will start since 2021 to 2024, around 4 years project. For the first round, they will, I stated, they have the procurement for the reagent for detect the priority animal disease like LSD, African swine fever, and African sickness to Thailand. For the first round of importing, this happened in July and June to July 2021, which total value is 21,000 Thailand. And we have a second round for importing for reagent like the positive control, the serum positive control, and the nucleic acid from the right laboratory, the reference lab. In August 2022, which total value is around 4,000 euros. And they also provide virtual training on biosafety by the European Biosafety Association from 21st July to 15 December. And on the process of providing the reagent and the PCR test kit to our laboratory network of here. For the activities of the Zodiac project, start from 2021 to 2025. For now, we also set as the Zodiac National Laboratory of Thailand. NIH is the Zodiac National Laboratory in Bangkok, and we also have the the National Lab focal points meeting with the other lab in Asia Pacific by online meeting. And the last one, they have the laboratory support like the equipment and diagnostics for molecular and serology laboratory. Example, they provide us the MySeq, the benchtop sequencer with an uninterrupted power supply for the value. The value is 127 euros. He is the one who controls this activity. Thank you, everyone. And for when we have the equipment, yes, also we should have the reagent to do the lab. So they provide us the reagent, yes, for my reagent nano kit. Yes, for the total value is 8,000 euro. And there are many laboratory equipment and reagents which are the procurement process. The activity on surveillance and lab testing for the transboundary animal disease diagnosis in Thailand. We also receive the help, the support from the IAA in project of ASF emergency support. That it is the project number, and they also provide us like the laboratory diagnostic for molecular and serological PT panel, and also they have provide us for the expert mission to our lab and give some advice for our protocol for, and also they provide the reference reagent, the consumable materials and equipment for us in the emergency outbreak of the avian of the African swine fever outbreak, and also they provide the SOP and guidance, which now we are on the progress of the credit for ISO 17025 for African swine fever diagnosis by molecular method on the process. And also, while the LSD outbreak in 2021 still not stop, so they also support our lab for for molecular and serological panel for PT, and then the expert patient, yes, and procurement for reference reagent and the material for them. Also, SOP and guidance and laboratory, which are the total value of the support is around 80,000 euros. And the achievements and challenges in laboratory testing and surveillance as the emergency support of reagent, vaccine, and protocol for detection of. Also, the database and data sharing and the communication of pathogen is the one topic that we should monitor. For the support request for improve of the laboratory planning and testing of the relevant diseases, we need the training for the molecular and serology detection of the monkeypox in animals. We have to develop a high resolution multi analysis or HIM method for transboundary disease and zoonotic disease diagnosis and surveillance. Also need the workshop training for Oxford for sequencing and the NGS for the beginner work with the real sample from the sample preparation to the data analysis, and also the workshop training for vaccine development, like gene deleting vaccine or CISPRAC Cas9 system. Because now we have the project like we still develop the health vaccine for ELD. LSD vaccine on the development. And for the support request for improve the app for the other like the expert visit or the short-term training for microneutralizing assay or recombinant protein. And now quality control management like the annual program for the laboratory network like the transboundary disease and zoonotic disease. Other request is about the repository equipment and packaging. And also the reagent is the important thing for our request for like the reagent that we need is a positive control for of zoonotic diseases for molecular and serologic detection, and the reference pathogen of transboundary disease, and also primer and probe for molecular detection. And thank you very much for the presentation. This is my lab in Kasetsart. Can ride a motorcycle.
I have a question concerning the monkeypox. Said that you are testing monkeypox in animals, but do you target some animals specifically? Or it's passive or it's surveillance of monkeypox in animals. So which animals you are
Now for now, the target of people balance for us for detection now is the pet, dogs and cats, and sometimes the DNP has been off my life and will take as a sample from monkey. From the monkey in.
I have a question because I have a real question because I work here, and especially on rodents. And monkeypox, the origin, but the endemicity is in West Africa and Central Africa, and the reservoir are rodents and spiders. So I have some concern about pets because when you go to church, there is a lot of pets, including squirrels, but they are farmed because they are farmed, not coming from the wild, and there are more and more farms of rodents in Thailand. So I want just to know if you are looking also at this kind of pets or farm, animal farms.
In a target to balance.
Not so much. Especially with the half, then chapter. Actually, there is a project involving your pet tank. Applicant some for some the target the remove the vector.
Now because of the outbreak of the LSD, our department writes about the LSD. Develop the vaccine to prevent the more than
So I understood very well.
For the rodent that we use to surveillance for rabies, but we not found the positive case. So for this year, we also cancel that project and we also concentrate in other animals.
So because this is important question, but the prioritization. Actually, you follow the prioritization like the ministry of the care with priority and how this prioritization work all together to run.
It's as you see in this slide, for the priority disease or zoonotic disease in Thailand, we also like we have the consensus from our department of the livestock and department of the disease control from Ministry of Public Health and department of the medical science. We also have a consensus and we select 5 for the Thailand priority.
Then why by consultation?
So we have this doing some help with the different list, but when we meet together, so we some of them including like this one. We should share same.
Saying that we have only five.
In terms of the ASEAN, can people make some prioritization or something together, or it's really by country?
I think this talking about the ASEAN is that a different one because they have yeah. But it was with that part of the village by the organization that you guys. Yeah, that's it. Well,
what are the main challenges you and obstacles you encounter? I guess it's better to have a meeting with
they can deal with it. Give a very long time for this repeat around 6 months. By many meetings. People try to I cannot remember, but my staff goes through this board in each department. They have the representative on each department, and they will have their own list. They will show that this is my list, and for the other department they have their own list, and they have like a sharing together. Each one is the most priority for them, which has the effect on the health, on the economy. Yeah, like for this part, not the thing. Maybe 1 year.
soft.
I have a questions, especially for
And then what's the say about the mutation of different jobs? Yes. So I do certain things. We also study for mutation of the becomes like fever, is it? First, we develop vaccine. We develop like the diagnostic method, like to separate between the big strain and strain of COVID. Now in the process.
last second. Sequencing analysis. I think the main question of the pathogen is meaning like the characteristic of the change of the characteristic change of the sequencing for the our priority disease like the rabies or HPV because we need to produce vaccine and also LSD.
So concerning LSD, you have some report from the guideline or by the FDA? So I have a question. So regarding especially your presentation on Thailand, because you discussed about transboundary. So what about, for example, the collaboration with Laos? Because Laos is not in Zodiac, cannot be in Zodiac. So are you collaborating with Laos on the training, on the capacity support, or?
For the collaborating with the neighboring country, if you say that Laos, we have the collaboration with in like the transfer. We at last year we have some comment from you that should have other creation or with different because of in Thailand we also only have the expired in one for the one with outbreak in 2004 or maybe so we will have the and the virus from Laos. Sometimes when Laos has the then the sample. Also, some countries like Nepal, the sample for confirmation of the avian influenza or yes, we
Questions? Very good. So we have the chat probably.
yes.
Something we can look to Zodiac actually. Look some of them because actually the one oh yes, Zodiac is there. So we have a question. We have a question to Zodiac directly or to Vienna. It's a question about if Zodiac will support the laboratory for the Department of Environment and Wildlife to develop their capacity in terms of the surveillance, laboratory surveillance of wildlife. That's one question. Or Jean-Pierre, if you are there.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Mama.
It's a bit difficult from this side to follow the discussion because we don't hear everybody speaking. If I understood correctly, the question is whether we would support the capacity building of the laboratory for the surveillance of wildlife, right? And I guess you mentioned Thailand because I heard Laos. I just wrote in the chat. Laos is not an IAEA member state.
Yeah, the question was really if Zodiac we can support or plan to support the Department of Wildlife or the Ministry of Environment and Wildlife for them to develop capacity, laboratory capacities to make surveillance of wildlife. This is an important question because actually the Department of Disease Control, Ministry of Public Health, they are, of course, when there is a zoonotic outbreak, they are concerned. Livestock department, they are concerning, but to make the surveillance in the wildlife is not actually the real work of the livestock department, nor the real work of the Ministry of Public Health. So if Zodiac are thinking to support this kind of laboratory.
Yeah, so our focus is, as you know, on the designated Zodiac National Laboratories. Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, we have some countries who have designated Zodiac affiliated laboratories. So they're not the national lab, but they are labs that benefit from being associated with Zodiac. All that being said, if these specific laboratories would have some need for support, indeed, surveillance of wildlife is something which is part, if you want, of what Zodiac intends to do. I mean, the objective of Zodiac. We can always look, we have different mechanisms, being Zodiac or the normal QC projects. We would be willing to look at a proposal of what is needed, for example, as long as it's, of course, in the mandate of the agency. So a proposal would be, first of all, being nominated Zodiac affiliated laboratory, so a request for nomination, and second, sending a proposal and look into it, because we have some donors that are looking for specific funding, so we would be more than happy to look into it. Does it answer your question?
Yes, okay. So it means that if I summarize to everybody, I don't know. So the first thing is that, of course, there's already some reference laboratory that are the real importance for Zodiac initiative, but they could also have other associated laboratories. And of course, the surveillance of wildlife is one of the targets of the Zodiac initiative. So it's by involving more as an associated partner, this kind of Zodiac. But actually, if we jump on this, it's quite a good thing because we can really think about that to maybe to see how we can, some other initiative can be more supporting the wildlife health with Zodiac and with others. I know that WAHA is developing this kind of surveillance better. FAO also, so maybe, but we need to have support. So as I mentioned this morning, the European Union has asked us, the European Commission asked us about a better research agenda in terms of biodiversity and pandemics, which means that by the European Commission, we can also make some lobbying to make support of wildlife department or laboratory facilities directly in the wildlife department, which is biodiversity, and make surveillance because it's prevent pandemics and emergence of pandemic. Thank you, Jean-Pierre.
Serge? Hello?
Laura?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Also, just to, in addition to what Jean-Pierre said, perfectly correct, something very important to note is we are member state driven as an agency, meaning we get all our requests from our member states. So when the countries and the ministries of foreign affairs designated their Zodiac National Laboratory, they had the choice to decide which lab for them should be their national laboratory for Zodiac. Now, they are also the ones who have the power to say, as JP mentioned, that these additional labs should be Zodiac affiliated laboratories. Our priority when it comes to providing services, procurement and training, especially the hands-on, will always go first to the primary laboratory that was designated. But anything with regards to information and additional training materials can always benefit the affiliated labs. The reason I say this is we are very aware and very respectful of the different mandates of all the organizations you just mentioned, Serge, like FAO, like the World Animal Health Organization. And we are very cognizant that there are others who are doing work in specific areas that we do not want to replicate. So we are very open to hearing how we can all complement each other's efforts so that we make use of what already exists. We do not replicate what does not need to be replicated, especially in times where resources are very scarce and we have to be efficient. So it's really, I think, a concerted effort by all of us at this table today and in the coming weeks and months to really reflect on what each person and what each institution and entity can bring that the other does not then necessarily need to bring, but where we can complement. So as JP perfectly mentioned, if this then means that a country says, look, this is very important for us, and we believe, for example, nuclear techniques can be used to support monitoring and surveillance, then the agency, of course, can see how it can then support in this area. If, however, another organization comes and says, well, we would like to join efforts in doing that because this is within our mandate, we are also open to that. So I think that there's a lot of potential, but I just wanted to give also this as background information as to how these laboratories are often selected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. It's very interesting and very clear. So very clear first, but two things that if I understood well, that first, that of course, as an initiative, as an international organization, is the members that are the key players. So it's for Thailand or for other countries. So either your Ministry of Foreign Affairs put wildlife laboratories on the top, this will help. And the second thing that you mentioned, that of course this is the first meeting, so we are here with Clarisse and with Prezod to make a more link among us, and we can really think maybe to have another, maybe another session in several months, maybe that can be really devoted to the problem of wildlife surveillance. That's something we can prepare, and with Zodiac, of course, on the board.
Yeah, you know, Serge, actually, Prezod has been doing a fantastic job over the last weeks. Both Jean-Pierre and I have been engaged in several workshops and seminars organized by Prezod. And what they're doing, and what I know the One Health high-level expert panel that you are part of, Serge, is also doing, is these mapping exercises. And I think that these are extremely important. And this is, Prezod was also doing that, is really looking at who is involved in what, and who is taking care of what, and where are people's strengths. And this is so valuable because where we have a very strong presence when it comes to building laboratory capacities, others are very good at exactly asking the questions that you're asking now and bringing these players. So absolutely, I think Prezod, I think OLEP, and Eclipse, the initiative of the European Commission that I know you are also participating in, Serge. All of these, I think bringing that around the table is going to be immensely valuable. And again, in case my voice disappears, also Clarisse, a very big thank you to you and all our Zodiac national coordinators and laboratories who are here today. We are so immensely proud when we hear of the work that is being done, but also how it can all come together. So this is just a side note, but that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words, everyone. Thank you.
It was a long day. I think everyone is very tired, but that's for the reason. We are very tight discussion today. So I try to summarize the key points of the day, which is not an easy task. So I try my best, but if you want it's short. So I believe that's what we have understood and demonstrating today, that even implementing the One Health approach is key to build more resilient and sustainable health systems. We have also demonstrated that lab and surveillance capacity strengthening is an important components of the One Health approach. To succeed in the implementation of the One Health approach that you have proposed during the session this morning, and I will try to summarize them. These are ingredients for success, but also shared values and principles. So what I heard today is that education is important, education at all levels, and raising awareness, meaning at the university level, school level, but also it has been said that decentralization is key. Governance at central level is important, but also at subnational levels and again, level. Thirdly, the environmental sector, as we just said, needs to be more involved. This better involvement of the environmental sector will need to be strengthened, and it will require advocacy from your side to the central level. Then also we have insisted on the investments, the necessary investments, the research sector. Then we have discussed about the fact that we need to work across disciplines. We will need to be agile and flexible and to think out of the box, to go out of our comfort zone, meaning spending maybe 6 months to have a 2-day meeting. Just said before. That is a huge effort, but we know that we need to go there to succeed. Also, we have been discussing a lot on the fact that we need to build evidence-based politicians level, they cannot build a case. It's not evidence-based. So you nourish them. And then by supporting these policymakers, then that's the person from the cities. And that's very important that we can afford. Here there is a teamwork which is essential. So we would join. So I think that's one of the main values that we have shared today. The main challenges like us is the lack of resources. The lack of resources, funding, financial
financial resources, the fact that we identify solutions to ensure sustainable financing. And for that also, what I understand also is that Zodiac has definitely an added value, which added value by strengthening competencies of lab staff, by providing technical assistance, share know-how and knowledge, charge. And in a nutshell, to ensure to build a network of labs who have the same level of competency, even if region like ASEAN is really. Lastly, Serge, wildlife and wildlife surveillance also at the. So we may at some point after this meeting reach out maybe to see how the coming week or months. This research report to reflect bring together the clarity very difficult work in silo. So the main challenge is stop working in silos and start discussing start. I'm sure I forgot a lot of things to share your mind.
We can close with your next one. And we thank you very much for your comment. We thank Zodiac for the Zodiac initiative. Okay, there's a hand. Jean-Pierre. Please, Jean-Pierre.
I'm sorry, it's difficult to follow, so I'm not sure you finished. I just wanted to say a few words, but I don't want to interrupt anyone. So.
No, go, Jean-Pierre.
Okay, so just very few words. First of all, to thank you, Serge, Clarisse, and all the colleagues. We're sorry we were not physically with you, but the virtual world can kind of work. I just wanted to say that today, Nora said that all of you made us proud of what we're doing. It's not always easy discussing with donors, etc. But when we hear the quality of what the labs are already doing, you made us very, very proud. You made us happy to pick up your flag and go out for getting more funds to support you. I think a discussion like today shows what one of my supervisors used to say some years ago. None of us is better than all of us. There's enough work for all of us. There's enough work. What has happened today with starting from a discussion with Serge and Clarisse, having the labs there, having some of you in the region attending, this is exactly what we try to do. Name it Zodiac, name it Prisod, name it Eclipse, name it whatever you want. We all have to bring our little stone to the building, and that's the only way we will manage. So again, thank you very much. We want to remain in touch with all of you, Serge and others. Our door is open anytime you want to come to Vienna. Let us know, and we'll be more than happy to eventually host another meeting or make you visit the labs or discuss with us here. So that's all I wanted to say. A big thank you to all of us, to all of you, sorry. And thank you for the work you are doing, and thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. Thank you, Nora. Thank you. I want to
Dada.